marches had comprehensive strategy, of which the march was only one tentacle of the strategy. So don't complain about the march. Just say you want a more evolved or smarter strategy related to the march. There's nothing wrong with protesting in every form when something is done incorrectly, right? We just want more strategy. The strategy is the important part.
Wait, before others jump in, Sister told you, this is related to what I was asking you about earlier, so I want to give you the opportunity if you have anything to say.
Pretty much what I was going to say, so I'll just underscore and say ditto. Thank you, Casio.
Okay, let me say one quick thing, and y'all can correct me if I'm mistaken. If I had my choice, right, I would never. I don't want colonization. I don't support colonization. No colonization at all. And we also understand how colonization abroad is related to repression at home. So these things are related. Okay, but since I don't have my choice, okay, and if both parties or whatever, or all political leaders or anyone who runs the American regime, okay, empire, is going to be out here colonizing, all right, if that's what it is, and I have the opportunity to vote or to advocate for lack of a better term, a kinder, gentler colonization, why would I not choose that? Is that wrong?
So harm reduction is a thing, but we can't sit there and ignore the problems that the party that we vote for is putting onto these black people that are abroad. You know what I'm saying? Like that, we can't ignore that. So I don't have a problem saying, yeah, hell yeah, of course we're going to crack no matter what, right? And our agenda is to make sure you can fascists get the fuck out of power. But at the same time, when we're voting inter-party, right, we need to sit up here and make sure that we're putting forward, right, the understanding that neocolonialism is not something that we want to be perpetuated by these people, right? It does have to matter, right? Because they do reinforce each other, and those are tools that are used against black people here, as well as black people abroad.
But that's not what. Where's the muzzle?
MJ, we agree with you on that part, right? Or at least I do. I agree with you on that part. The problem is that's not where the conversation came from. You're inserting stuff.
Wise an idiot. I don't know.
Exactly. And so, like, we weren't talking about that. So the fact that it's not that no one, I don't think anybody, I think Kimberly said it, I think Malak just said it, you just said it. No one in here is advocating for imperialism, even as we sit in the belly of empire. We're sitting here in empire, enjoying our Saturday. Y'all legs, some of y'all ain't even brushed your teeth. Did you wash up under your arms good? Y'all are sitting in your comfort of your wherever you are in this country, in the belly of empire, and no one here is advocating for the U.S. to take over Greenland and the Panama Canal. Ain't none of us advocating for this bullshit. You know this, MJ. We are talking about the collective interest of me. I'm going to speak for myself. We are talking about the collective interest of people in this country that have continued to be oppressed and subjugated since the inception of the very idea of the American project. That's what we're talking about, MJ. We can't keep gravitating to this message that all of the parties are the same as we fight for our lives. We can't keep doing that.
I don't understand where we keep saying this and we keep moving this goalpost. I don't understand where we're getting this from, because again, it keeps going back to the same conversation of a lot of y'all don't understand basic civics. Y'all blame the President of the United States for everything, and you never talk about how Congress is made up. Never. I never hear the conversations. I never hear you guys talk about your governors. I never hear you talk about your mayors. I never hear you talk about your city councils. I never hear you talk about your aldermen. I never hear you talk about how these people who shape what is happening in your cities and how the money is spent in your cities and how it's destroying or not destroying your cities. I never hear you have these conversations. I find it super weird. And what CO said was absolutely correct. And y'all are not having these conversations. I'm going on mute.
Hey, Rez, can I ask a quick question? Can I ask a quick question, Rez? I just want, and correct me if I'm wrong, but last time I checked, and I could be off on this, but we keep pretending like Puerto Rico was a free democracy before the Spanish-American War. Weren't they already colonized?
They absolutely were.
I'm just checking.
History.
Wait, can I say something? Because you guys are talking about history. You're talking about indigenous history.
He asked me a question. I'm responding to him. History tells me the same thing too, GA. I'm going on me.
Okay, so when we're talking, we're not sitting here and saying that it wasn't colonized. The Puerto Ricans revolted, and you can look up at that history as well. And then they were actually free for 2 weeks, and then the U.S. came in.
It doesn't matter. We're getting into. It doesn't. Oh my God, that wasn't the point.
But that wasn't my point, Rez. My point was that
You guys, please, one at a time. Let Betty land.
As an Afro-Indigenous woman who is literally watching a majority of me as a person being washed away, at my people being washed away, where we're having to fight for our land, our cultural practices, and all these things. Because you guys keep speaking on experiences from external living, where I'm speaking on a lived experience, right? So I'm sitting here and saying that both parties have actively harmed us. That's all I said.
All I'm saying is, listen, colonialization has harmed everybody. That is the problem that I have with your argument. This is the Betty.
You're going to have an issue with it because you're living here in America and you believe in that system. I'm here as a Puerto Rican woman saying I'm watching it harm me, whether it's Democrats or Republicans. I don't care who the president is, because I still want freedom for the island so we can stop being impacted. That's all I was saying. And when I'm talking about the No Kings, right, all that I said was I don't believe it's a protest. I believe it's a rally. And because of the surveillance, I think it's a way to control where there's not going to be active change unless people start questioning who are running these things and what can we actually do to have freedom for all people.
But you came in here into a black space to lecture people who have oh my God, you keep cutting people off. You keep cutting people off, and you're cutting me off, which is very. You can't hear anybody because you've got a lot of background noise. But you keep cutting people off, and you're tone deaf in this conversation, Betty. You've repeated the same thing over and over again. And again, no one is against what you're saying. I heard what you said, but you're very tone deaf. The problem that we're having with this is right. Thank you, Kim. Go ahead, Kim, because I'm gonna give you the rest of the floor.
I'm so sorry. I'm not sure. Maybe this is just my Negro ears. The dismissive of y'all believe in the system. What? Y'all think that Black Americans have scratched and clawed because we believe in the greatness of America? We have no fucking choice. The reason why I am triggered is, I am so sorry, is getting away. The continued dismissal and accusation of what Black people in this country are fighting for, it is we were all slaves. That's what it's giving to me.
Yeah, and it is very dismissive, and it's also wildly inaccurate from my humble opinion. In 2021, the Democrats did attempt to pass what is called a Termination Act. That would mean that the people of Puerto Rico would be able to decide what kind of relationship, if any at all, they wanted to have with the continental United States. It did not pass because of the Republicans. So the idea that somehow, they're the same or they are equally harmful, just flat out isn't true. I also think that there were many good reasons for PROMESA. Without it, they needed to have something equally powerful to get people out from the insurmountable debt that was created there. And finally, I'm kind of pissed because that 2021 Act was covering Puerto Rico, Washington, D.C., and did not cover the United States Virgin Islands. So it's just kind of strange to me to hear a Puerto Rican say these things.
There's many of us who say this.
Sister, the governor of Puerto Rico was up here lobbying the Congress messed up.
Yeah, and the governor of Puerto Rico.
Exactly. Lobbying.
Lobbying
up the door.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying is that
one party had a rally where they platformed somebody that said Puerto Rico was a floating island of trash. Only one party had a president that came to Puerto Rico and threw paper towels at people instead of trying to figure out how to help them get their power in a
never fix the grid. Never fix the grid at all.
Exactly.
Okay, but
saying that the both parties are the same is very problematic. And real quick, this is exactly what the right wants. They want the Tainos arguing with the fucking ADOS people instead of us coming together and trying to figure out what the fuck we need to be getting on one accord on. It's really problematic, Betty. Tu vives en Puerto Rico? You live there today? Or you live in Estados Unidos? Which one?
So no, listen to me, because I can't move back because they took our land. We had to come here because we can't afford to live where we were.
Okay, so punto final. You're doing all of this booty clapping for Puerto Rico y tú vives en Estados Unidos. So you need to be voting locally. Vote for somebody who can give a fuck and make some legislation for Puerto Rico. Vote for somebody who's going to put together some legislation for Puerto Rico.
The fact that you asked me if I live But Tiana, the fact that you asked me if I live in Puerto Rico and I said we cannot move back, we've been displaced, and your response is to vote locally rather than try to understand that experience.
Guess who else has been displaced?
Guess who else been displaced?
I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm sorry,
What do you want?
I'm just saying that.
You guys keep talking to me about my history, and I'm literally telling you that at the end of the day, why I feel that it is harmful. Nobody's saying don't.
No, you were talking to us about your history.
But I'm sitting here and saying that at the end of the day, I won't see it any other way until my island is free and my people are free. That's what
Tell the people that did it.
Because we didn't do it. We didn't do it, babes.
I think
The last time Puerto Rico was free was for 2 weeks and was taken over by another power. So I don't understand how people think that you can just suddenly divorce yourself from the United States and not be fucked over by some other country.
that's the part. Also, Betty, I think it would be prudent if you went and visited some of the white spaces to get, more advocates, being that, they are the majority population that vote right now.
But
And
Betty,
those
can you
people that move to Puerto Rico to not pay taxes as well.
I understand where you're going.
Betty, please.
I just realized who Tiana was.
Can I speak? I feel like you're an intelligent person. I feel like you're an intelligent person, and I feel like you can understand some of the pushback that you're getting. So just to make peace in the room, do you think that you could articulate what the pushback is that you're hearing and what is making sense to you?
No, I understand that here specifically in America, that the reason why, and mind you, I didn't assume that this was an all-black space, because if that was the case, I wouldn't have come into this conversation. I've seen.
Then why did you add Afro?
Hold on, can I finish? Because you need a question. So I saw other people from other ethnicities, other races come up on here. When I heard when that person was saying, I said, as a Puerto Rican woman, I do understand that people are sitting here and saying that we are Black Americans or we have to vote into this system for harm reduction. That's not what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying that doesn't exist. But what I said is that for me, when I hear, we have to vote Democrat, we have to vote Republican, both parties harm us as an island. And there are movements that are existing that are actively fighting for that. So I'm not negating. That's why I said, I was like, I don't think your mama's wrong in sitting here and saying we have to vote into this. But what now all of a sudden what has happened is instead of it being like, okay, I understand your perspective on why you feel that way, it's become trying to teach me a history lesson as an Indigenous woman. When I'm sitting here and saying that I'm not saying for Black Americans that they shouldn't vote or that they shouldn't have this, but I'm also pointing out the fact that this is all systematically happening to keep us fighting over crumbs. So when I say that it's two wings of the same bird for me and my experience, what I mean is that as a Puerto Rican Afro-Indigenous woman, both parties have actively signed things into place because of the fact that we have a puppet government. And yes, people keep bringing up the governor of Puerto Rico, and fuck her every day and all day. Okay? She is a Trump supporter and she actively harms the island, and to which I can't move back, even if I tried. Because all the resources are going to the gringos who are moving on the island. So when you ask me why I don't live in that space, I can't afford it anymore. The land that was originally me and my family's, we can't move back. But I'm not.
You can't go off grid. You indigenous.
I'm sorry.
You ain't been off grid.
You guys don't even realize that you guys are actively being harmful to me when I'm not even saying something.
Girl.
45 million African Americans being compared to one.
I understand persuasion. What's going on? The leftists don't embrace persuasion. You came into a room full of black people. You came into a room full of black people lecturing us on how our political participation is meaningless.
I'm not
we're harming you. Girl, you're harming us.
You harming us. You in the identity game and all that. We trying to get rid of fascism here, baby. We're trying to get rid of fascism. We're trying to get down. And we're trying to make sure African Americans are safe to actually be citizens and actually vote in their country. That's what we're focused on. We're not worried about Puerto Rico and living off grid.
And you even said
anything about living off of grid.
Why are you in here in this room full of los negros talking about what the white people are doing in Puerto Rico? I don't understand. Make it make sense. And what is the solution? Because you just keep repeating the same shit over and over again. As an Afro-Indigenous person, there's Afro-Indigenous people in here right now. So you want to have ADOS versus the Tainos? Is that what you want?
This lady in the chat talking about my people were slaves too.
Like Kimberly, you acting like we don't know Black Creek, Black Seminoles in Oklahoma who going through the same shit right now. Girl, we got shit going on too. The hate come out. Race and everything, voting and citizenship. What you want?
Dame una solución, because you just complaining.
Just give it up, man. They be complaining too, but it's cool, Betty. Just let them have it.
She's better to bring up America before she brought up that island. That's all she had.
Be complaining that white people taking over.
Hello. Good morning, good afternoon. Hold on, I got something to say because I've been listening to this all this time. So I guess the mods are sleeping. This is a black space now. Interesting. So I learned that by being in the room. Let me call that out real quick. It's a black space. Is that what's going on, mods? Hello? Is anybody awake up there?
I don't believe so, Mel. How are you, by the way? Welcome to
hello? Mods are sleeping, I guess. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Make sure you share the room.
That's it, man. You don't want to. Hold on, Omar. For your perspective, you have anything else to say?
To be honest, I don't have anything to say. I cannot speak on an island I don't live on, right? Right? I'm not gonna go and speak on an island I don't live on. That's not what I do. Plain and simple. But I'm just surprised that when the white people come around, we cannot speak down to these white people and we cannot do this. But what just happened on this stage was everybody was attacking Betty.
Oh, I don't do the bucker either, but
okay.
Y'all do that with the bucker.
But when it came, that's why I'm trying to clear things up. I came to clear shit up.
I don't do the bucker, I don't do the yellow, I don't do the brown.
It's like, what is it? 1 minute it's a black space, then it's not a black space.
No, you didn't hear me and tell us how we need to respond.
But Mel, I feel like
that's why I'm asking the mods. Because I'm trying to see how this is run. Once again, 1 minute we are protecting the white people in here. We cannot talk about about race. We cannot talk down to white people. But there's one Puerto Rican on stage, and everybody's after the Puerto Rican, and nobody said anything. The shit went on. The shit was going on for a while.
But I told her to let it go, man. I told her to fuck.
And I know the mods are awake because the emojis was twitching. So I know awake. So I'm trying to find out. Is this shit y'all say? Hold on. Is this what goes on because I'm in the room, but when I'm not in the room, then it's held differently?
Hold on.
I need some answers.
Okay, so check this out. I don't know what the fuck going on. Nobody's gonna tell me where the fuck I'm at. I don't know.
So you didn't hear what was going on all this time?
No, I was not here.
Okay, so let me tell you.
I wasn't here.
So let me tell you what was going on, Patty. I'm gonna tell you what was going on. Betty was speaking on PR on her experience because I'm sure she doesn't speak on her experience. She's gonna get attacked for speaking on somebody else's experience and somebody else's history. And what went on was everybody was having to respond to her. Multiple people were responding to her. And Mods was cute on mute, right? So then all of a sudden, it came out, this is a space. You coming into a black space to talk about Puerto Rico. You coming into a black space to talk about black race, black this, black that. Black.
You know what I'm saying? I absolutely did not.
Black people. Who said that?
Did you hear her?
You
missing that?
Black people are black space.
I explicitly said in the chat, Patty says that this is not a black space, but this is a room full of black people.
Who said that?
And
so what was the reason? So why do you feel that that was needed to say?
I'm sorry, if you don't understand that, then you must have
come to that information. It was a black space like 3 times.
Of course they did. They're basically saying they don't know how long I've been listening.
I'm saying that
so they clicked, and that's why I did not say who said it, because I heard it from different voices, and I didn't take notes. That's why I said it was said. So a hit dog's gonna fucking holler. I didn't say
not everybody didn't say black space. Some people said that you're telling black people. Some people said the majority of the room.
Correct, but she's speaking on her experience, right or wrong.
But she's telling us how we need to respond. That's
No.
She
literally did say that.
She's speaking on her experience. And you know what you're saying? History of Puerto Rico. History. If somebody will come over here and speak on black history, this stage will go crazy. Once again, if somebody from the outside would speak on black history, this fucking stage, room, audience, roof will fucking go on fire. But she's speaking on her experience, and we have people that are non-Puerto Rican speaking on the Puerto Rican experience, the Puerto Rican history.
I thought she said she was Afro-Indigenous. She's not black no more? What's going on?
She's Afro-Latina. Hello, race. Her race.
Black.
Her skin is black.
Why are you saying it?
Yes.
Because they said it.
Yes, because what? So what was the reason to mention that you're talking to black people? This is a black space.
Hold on, Mel. What type of space you got, man?
I'm confused.
We talking about Americans for me.
So what I'm trying to find out, are white people only protected in this room? That's what I'm trying to find out. And I'm not asking non-mods, because this shit ain't got nothing to do with y'all.
They got proximity with white people better than Puerto Rico.
No.
I'm sorry. And you know niggas, how niggas come up.
So once again, I'm not asking people that are not mods. I'm asking, is this a black space?
So here's the question then.
That's all.
Point it out. Because I know you're not
Love,
talking to me.
obviously, it's your room.
You're not talking to me.
It's your room, right?
It's clear. This is just a space.
But what I'm saying is what went on right now.
Point it out.
What went on? Patty,
We gonna play.
I'm speaking to you, Patty.
Okay, well then if you're talking to me, you already know what it is.
Patty, are you not top left? Today you're not top left. You're top left on this room. But what I'm saying is, if you guys are modding this room, something just went on here for the last 35 minutes.
What? You already know.
And clearly,
you don't know.
it was not being held that this was.
Check this out, Mel. Other than that, I'm fucking working or I'm fucking with my friends. I can't fucking Clubhouse. Just because you see my motherfucking PTR don't mean I'm here. All y'all know that shit. None of us on this motherfucker live on Clubhouse. Just because you see they fucking PTR, because they mouth not open, guess what? From now on, if you got a problem with it, anybody, don't fucking be here. Instead of fucking starting arguments and all this bullshit, the conversation can't be had with that person that you may have an issue with, don't be here.
It's not an argument. It's just that when we speak on white people, it's just that when we speak on white people, we get shut down. So I'm trying to find out where's the conversation. I'm just trying to find out the rules. That's it.
Well, you should know.
That's all.
If your name is on here, if you want your name off, let us know. Because your name is on here. There are people you can talk to. Whoever you got an issue with.
But once again, when we speak on white people, we got to end the conversation. We cannot speak on it. So I'm trying to find out the rules. Okay, what is allowed and what is not? Because clearly it's not allowed. Because we have done it before and we have been, multiple people have been shut down speaking about white people.
Shut it down, your ass got a fucking green bean.
I just came in right now.
Why you ain't shut it down?
I kicked Betty. I'm the one that kicked Betty out. What you talking about?
Why you ain't shut it down?
I just kicked. Hello. I just came in the room and I just kicked. Who you think kicked Betty out?
Some of them odds, and I want to know who it is.
This has nothing to do with the fucking mods. I was just asking for the rules.
You said the mods. You said you're not talking to nobody.
I asked you guys what was the rules. What was the rules? I said top left, right?
Yes,
and who are you? And I mentioned you.
It don't matter who's in the name. You are in charge of this room too. What's going on here?
But if I'm not here and I'm listening to something, I can't in.
Obviously came in with a problem with it. If you had a problem and you know that this house feels built between 4 females, why not point out the issue?
I just pointed out the issue. Did you just not hear me? I just pointed out the issue.
Okay, well then you guys need to talk about it.
I just pointed out the issue. Basically, we can't. When we speak on white people, we cannot talk about white people.
Because I'm not.
That's the fucking issue.
Arguing shit with y'all.
That's the fucking issue. We cannot talk about white people.
That's the issue. I just said that came in here to pit black people and Hispanic people against each other, and now y'all mods are crashing out over it. It's not worth it.
Y'all can play the internet identity game to do this on fucking stage, right? So if there's an issue, right? If I got an issue with Mel, I would never come on here. Maybe I might have crashed for a moment, but I would have never came on here and argued with her.
Who's arguing?
Okay, you may not take it that way. You don't know person may be perceiving it. I can tell you the way I'm perceiving it because I came off of mic and got loud too. So I'm like, Nicholas.
Y'all are two New Yorkers having a conversation.
Once again, nobody's arguing. I just asked what was the rules.
My perception of the situation is going to be my reality. So if you come at me feeling a little tough, I'm going to think that everybody's trying to get tough.
Y'all from the same borough or something? Y'all from the same borough or something?
My perception is always going to be the reality for me. So I'm just telling you.
If anybody wants to, I'm gonna let everybody else speak because obviously there's people that agree with me, there's people that don't agree with me. Let them speak on how they felt in regards to the conversation.
I don't give a fuck who agrees with me. You know why? Because I fuck with you. And
no, I'm talking about the Patty, calm down, Patty.
I don't calm down. The only people I'm concerned about right now are the people that I call my friends. So y'all need to have that conversation behind closed doors, not on the fucking stage. Mel, you are in just as much in charge as anybody else in here. So you have a fucking responsibility too. So instead of asking the fucking questions, lay down the fucking law. Instead of fucking asking why people ain't coming off of mic. Figure it out, sis. Let me tell you something. Shit happens at work. If somebody next to me doesn't do it, my expectation is to be the one to fucking do it. If you feel it's fucked up, figure it out and fucking put your foot down. Don't come blaming somebody else because they happen to be top left. You gotta fucking take control.
Who's blaming? What are we talking about?
You listen to yourself.
What are we talking about?
But I'm telling you, you're getting loud about it.
No, I'm loud in general. So it has nothing to do with me speaking. I'm always loud. Okay. My volume is on normal right now. My volume is on normal right now. I came in to find out, okay, why there was a situation that a bunch of people was going in on one person when they don't allow, when this room or whatever mods don't allow that to happen to white people.
So you just as guilty. So what's next?
Okay, and I came in.
Hear it. So I guess Patty's the only one that wasn't guilty. Because I didn't hear.
You know why? Because people act different ways when you're not in the room. So I like to see how people act when I'm not in the room. That's why.
Then guess what? That means that's what's going on internally.
That's why. No, that has to do with people only saying certain shit with certain people around. That's not me, baby. That's people.
Well, I don't know. I don't know about that. I'm just telling y'all. Y'all need to have that conversation. And Mel, you just as important as
my thing is, what conversation we needed to have? There's no conversation that needs to be had.
Down to, and instead of fucking like saying this person or I gotta see what they doing, motherfucker, make some shit happen. You got you just make shit happen. I don't have to fucking sneak around to find out who the fuck is making sure they turning their fucking plans of action at 2:00 in the afternoon, and I'm supposed to be fucking asleep because I got to.
Christine, you know what I'm upset about? That if it was a white person, they shut that bitch down. They don't allow us to drag white people. That's what I'm upset about.
They don't let y'all do that.
So if anybody should be dragged, it's fucking white people. Okay? Or if you want to speak of pain, it's fucking Spaniards. But we're not allowed to do that. But what went on right now was that everybody was allowed to gang up on that one Puerto Rican. So that's what I'm referring to. So we basically saved the white people, but at any point they could have kicked Betty. At any point they could have kicked Betty. Let's be clear.
We were not dragging her.
She needed to be kicked.
Like, we were not dragging her.
That's why I kicked her. That's why I kicked her.
Why?
That's why I kicked her. What you mean, why?
We don't understand. That's what I'm saying. Like, how you read it was not how we perceived it. So
that's how I de-escalate things, by getting rid of the person. So that's why I kicked her. That's why I kicked her.
The issue we had was her saying that both parties are exactly the same because of what's going on in Puerto Rico. And the girl no vive in Puerto Rico. She lived here in the United States. And I said, why are you relating to her?
I heard talking about.
Right. I said, why are you talking about what the gringos are doing and there's no gringos in here? That's what the problem was. It wasn't about, and I said that to her, I said, why are you trying to pit Hispanic people and Black people against each other? We over here, we started talking about no pigs. And now the whole conversation is derailed. So it wasn't about dragging her, it was dragging her argument. Because at the end of the day, you're not doing anything to better Puerto Rico either. You're just in here.
But didn't I hear her say that she would have never came in here if this was an all-Black space?
Well, Mel,
she didn't say that into white spaces. That's what she did.
She did say that she doesn't go into white spaces, but she also mentioned that she would have. She thought that this was a mixed place, and that's the reason she came in here.
But she didn't say
right.
No. She said that in a retort to us, saying you're talking to Black people and complaining about the white people.
Correct, and that was her response.
Right, and her response was, "Well, I would have came in here if I thought this was a Black space," and nobody actually said it was a Black.
And nobody attacked her.
So basically, she wants to complain about white people. She has a problem with white people, no different than you guys have a problem with white people. So you guys are really on the same playing field.
Right, we have the same fight if she argued about what we weren't doing. Exactly. That was her that you missed.
That's it.
So this is what you guys are failing to understand. I'm not missing no point. What I'm understanding is that if that was a white woman, they would have never let that conversation go for that long. That's all I'm saying.
Who's that? Point them out.
You, First Lady. You and First Lady, Patty.
So check this out. Let me tell you something, Mel, and you know this already. I always say I don't want allow motherfuckers to speak and then attack. That's all I say. And I tell you, this ain't a purely Black space because there's more than just Black people in here.
Yeah.
That's it. I don't sit around and protect shit other than maybe a fucking Marshall. And there's a reason why I protect Marshall. And it's a fucking joke, and y'all know it's a fucking joke.
For real.
And for the record, the conversation, they weren't talking about her, calling her out her name. None of that was being talked about. They were simply having a conversation between, hey, listen, we don't want to say that both parties are the same. We don't want that. And she kept going back and talking about her experience. And as your mama continuously kept saying, that's not how the conversation went. But so far as in getting personal, there was no personal attacks between nobody. She didn't say nothing personal to nobody.
Yeah, I didn't hear any personal attacks. I didn't mention anything about personal attacks.
For me, it was a debate going back and forth. It was a healthy debate. And I said that when I did the reset. I said, well, this is a healthy debate. I said, I'm not going to stop y'all from going back and forth. They were debating. But most of the time when we had those other conversations and people start talking about F you and go to hell and this and this and this and that, that's when I jump in, because then it's becoming violent. It's not a debate anymore. What was happening in that conversation was a debate. Somebody having a disagreement and not agreeing with what another person was saying. And that is okay. There's nothing wrong with people having conversation. The problem with people having conversations is when people start going to hell. And I didn't hear hell. And I tried to move the conversation along a couple different times, but they kept coming back with different questions. And she was willing to answer. She wanted to jump in there. She was the one who wanted to continuously keep on talking.
That's why I didn't think she should have been kicked, because it was a healthy conversation. Nobody actually attacked anybody personally, and we had a disagreement of how we saw it. I was 100% behind your mama and Rez. She was ill-equipped to have that conversation, and I didn't want to hear her come in here and actually whine to black people about things that black people did not do. And she was dropping that on CO did a perfect job in saying you can't drop this at Obama's feet because there's 3 branches of government.
And that's all we talked about. Yeah,
that's
it was
all
an
we talked about.
Conversation. We were talking about the
nobody was
Congress and everything. Nobody attacked her at all.
Once again, I didn't say anybody was verbally doing anything or attacking her. I just said it went on for a long time. And usually I don't see that, us being allowed for that to go on that long. But when it comes to white people, that's what I said.
I thought it was a healthy debate. I didn't see anything wrong with the conversation.
Maybe you have a personal thing that you're only thinking is about white people. I don't know what the fuck is.
No, I feel that when conversations has been.
That's your perception, that's your reality.
And I listen actually more than, right?
Yes.
So people, if you listen more than you speak.
In this book about protected, the only white person I told y'all one time was fucking Marshall. That's it. Now, I always say let them fucking speak and then fucking attack. I don't give a fuck how you attack. I'm different. Because I still will cuss a motherfucker out from the fucking top to the bottom. And I have to fucking pull back sometimes because I fucking interrupt them when they say dumb shit.
I feel like y'all political conversations have grown way better to talk about.
I stay on mute majority of the day. I stay on mute majority of the day. I stay quiet. And I'm constantly listening. And I don't intervene when things get, we can't talk about this, or this has to get derailed. Oh no, we're not going to speak about this here. I don't come off the mic and be like, what do you mean? Why we can't speak about that? I just stay quiet. But I notice things.
I don't say shit about
and that's it.
Can't speak about
and once again, when you just said you don't always listen.
It wasn't last week when I said something about we can't talk about something here. Unless they ask us to talk about something else and we talk about one subject. You pinpoint one time. Because if anything, I got the biggest mouth on this motherfucker. I'm the one that everybody got to tell this fucking calm the fuck down. I'm the one that's cussing everybody out. I'll never hear Lady cussing nobody out. I'll never hear you cussing nobody out. I may hear fucking Dr. AG. It's me or Dr. AG always trying to fucking battle people when it comes to information. So who is not? What is the problem? I'm confused because I know I cussed out almost everybody on this goddamn app.
We have all cussed people out. We have all cussed people out. We have all cussed people out.
You tell me when it's been said that I said, no.
Patty, I don't have a a time. I don't have that for you.
Yesterday.
All I'm saying, no, last week we can say.
Okay.
If we want to speak on black and white race, if we want to have race conversations, it's not allowed. Not allowed.
Who said that?
Okay.
Who said that?
It's okay.
No, it's not okay. Because
But that wasn't a race conversation. It's not, but I'm not. The conversation that was being had was not a race conversation.
That's your perception. You're not going to dismiss mine.
It was not a race conversation, but I'm comparing it to a race conversation. Why not? If we're speaking about one country,
it's like bringing in a non sequitur. That's why we're so
y'all got to wait.
To be fair,
correct.
Why was this not a race conversation?
It was. You guys were on the opposite end. It was not a race conversation. It was Puerto Rico in regards to Black American, United States. Not even. I'm gonna say Black because there's obviously Caribbeans also on stage that's speaking on the conversation. So it was the opposite. So it was, I'm comparing it to a white and black conversation that we are not able to have. That's
Check this out. Nobody said they can't have a conversation because y'all have it every fucking day. Y'all fucking come off the mic. As soon as somebody come on stage, you don't even allow people to talk sometimes and start cursing at them as soon as they open their fucking mic.
And to be fair,
that is the movement around
conversation.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm lying.
This is basically proof, and this is it. A lot of people come off mic as soon as somebody come up on stage, they automatically assume they know what's going to be said, and they fucking go the fuck off. That is the fucking movement in this room.
We do that to Manfinity or Molly.
Hey, y'all be slapping race in the, CEO.
But guess what? Some people in this room feel they should be protected to be able to do that. So it's okay when somebody come up on stage to just say, shut the fuck up, I'm about to tell you what you about to say. That's okay?
No, ma'am.
You can't have fucking dialogue with other people. You maybe attack them after they say the dumb shit. I understand where you're coming from only because you're Puerto Rican and that female may be Puerto Rican. Sometimes I may walk into a room and hear a black person say something and they have a sea of white folks and I might fucking jump up and be wrong as fuck only because I see me. And maybe you happen to be wrong this time.
Once again, I be wanting to drag some white people and it's not allowed. I'm going to stay on that. And I could bring plenty of people in here that agree.
I could get loud too. Outside of you being wrong this time, Mel. If you got it,
maybe I'm not wrong because I know plenty of people that agree with what I'm saying, love. So I'm not wrong.
But guess what?
And stop yelling. You're going to lose your voice.
Shut up.
Come on.
But I'm not going to do this.
I'm sitting down. When I'm sitting down, that means my voice is not even at 50. I just have a big throat, guys. I'm loud.
You got to get at 50 because you already know I don't have no emotion.
Like when I stand up, that's when I'm at 100. When I'm cursing, that's when I'm at 100. Like I'm calm.
Like my wife.
But real quick, because I've been trying to get in here.
But guess what? We're not going to do this thing here. Y'all are grown ass adults. If there's an issue, then guess what needs to happen? A talk live. How many other times have I talked live to anybody? Y'all ain't never. The only time I went on. We still straight. I don't fucking sit around here and look for issues with people. And if I do have an issue with a person, I fucking address that personally. I've had an issue with Lady before. Guess what happened? I called her. And Lady has had many issues with me because I always fucking cuss and yell. And guess what she does? In the middle of me yelling, she fucking texts me and be like, chill the fuck out, Patty. Calm down, breathe for 10 seconds, do something. She don't come on stage and say, Patty, shut the fuck up. Why are you yelling? None now, nigga, on this motherfucker. Maybe one. Not none now. The rest of y'all can say that I sat here and talked dirty, filthy, nasty about y'all. Ever. But guess what? Obviously, something go. So now figure it out between whoever's having these issues.
real motherfucker to speak about it. Because everybody wants to be all that shit.
MJ, where you from?
Oh yeah, I'm from Brooklyn, New York City.
MJ real. Oh my God.
Hold on, I know you real.
sorry,
That's the
what's
problem
going
with
on?
y'all.
What's going on?
Somebody asked
Keeping
MJ
it
the
real.
question. I don't know why.
I be keeping it real. As soon as
What's going on?
Nonsense. I have no idea, for real.
Dr. Adrian, what was going on was, obviously I was with you guys over there on the other room. I don't know her. I've heard her the first time speaking on 420. She was in here. She was speaking on Puerto Rico and yada, 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 whatever she wants to talk about Puerto Rico. She probably still wants to talk about Puerto Rico because she wants to fucking live in Puerto Rico and she can't. So that's why she's going so hard for Puerto Rico. There was a back and forth with her and a bunch of other people on the stage, right? Then it was mentioned that around, you're saying this conversation around black people or black space, whatever was said multiple times. So ladies in the hot seat and everybody's okay with it and nobody's doing anything. Everybody's with their emojis. So I know people are by their phone. Their emojis don't work unless you touch them. So once again, I know people are there and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So now people are like.
So the person was talking about Puerto Rico?
Correct.
Mel's leaving out very valuable context.
So you could put it because I didn't take notes, love.
Yeah. Okay, so Jody, all y'all. One thing I'm gonna say, I do believe y'all, right? But you guys got to take into consideration, just like I said, if you were black, you go into a room and it's a sea of white people and somebody black is going back and forth. Right?
So I'm okay with you guys saying what happened. Like, what's going on? Oh, she's leaving out everything. I didn't fucking take notes.
Let me get the research. What the
hell?
This shit is weird. Guess what?
Can we let Tiana explain to Dr. AG?
It all started with this one troll wise came in talking about fuck Trump, fuck Kamala, the Republicans and the Democrats are the same, they wings of the same bird. Yep. Our land and displacing people. And she kept saying, Mel, to your point, while it wasn't a conversation about race, she kept centering her identity and saying, as an Afro-Indigenous person, as an Afro-Latina, as an Afro-Indigenous, and we said, it's hella niggas in this room. It's Negroes in here. It's Caribbeans in here. It's black people in here. And you're complaining about the whites to a group of POC. So what would you like for us to do? That's where the debate and the argument really came from.
This is what exactly happened. Hold on.
Okay, no, MJ cannot give the recap.
I got the great.
Hold on, MJ. I want to hear. I want to hear Ken speak.
Recap.
Yeah.
I hate me, bro. Damn.
Kind of like her critiques of what is and what is not radical as it relates to organize, like mobilization, mass mobilization. Are things like no kings helpful or are they not? And so from her perspective, and I think that's why she kept mentioning her identity, is because she's facing a certain, we're holding the fort on the rights that we won. And so I think people took offense to that, that it was about nothing. It was much to do about nothing, in my opinion. It didn't have to go as far as it did.
And she tried to blame Obama for the legislation that was passed in Puerto Rico. Right. And your mama had to break down that it's 3 branches of government, and that wasn't even when the Dems were in charge. So again, she could never articulate her original agreements with the troll talking about the Republicans and the Democrats were birds of the same bird, and that they were exactly the same. That's also what this
and that's when I started. That's when I started. Hold on. That's when I started to explain to her that Republicans were in the Senate at that point, and they had literally slashed the bill, and then CO added to what I said, and he broke it down even further to what I said. So that's when we started to have the discussion with her. She then took back what we said, completely mooted what we said, and went back to, well, I get what you're saying, however, it doesn't matter. She literally went back and started talking about, but I still can't get back on my island. And that is where we were like, but you literally are, you're literally being dismissed. You're being dismissive of what we're trying to say. And that was where it started to get ugly. So Kim jumped in and started saying, but you're being dismissive. You're not understanding what we're saying. And it's not fair that you're being dismissive of what we're trying to tell you. I'll let Kim speak for that part of it.
I think that it wasn't quite it wasn't quite so gentle, but
yes, it was. We were not being nasty to her. Come on, don't do that. We were not being nasty to her. We were not being nasty to her.
If somebody else wants to speak, King, you've already spoke. You've already said your part.
But I would like to hear her clarify.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. At the end of the day, it was a dialogue between several different people. It got dirty. It got down and gutter, and it did not. That's what I want to clarify.
Right. And I think that, people who are theoretically on the same side to a certain degree, because what she was saying, and what she was saying is true, though, about Puerto Rico and it not really mattering who's in office, right? This is not going to save Hawaii. They capitulate to their donors who may have projects they want to, complete or initial start in these areas. We know that it's happening, right? So, that was the point. I just think that. I think that, of course, she was defensive as well, because it was like, well, as a Black person, or are you trying to tell me as a Black person or a Negro or a descendant of slavery that we don't experience? And she was talking about her current lived experience, and I just think that people were talking past each other, but it wasn't nice. It wasn't it wasn't no curse out, because in general, I'll curse a motherfucker out on the stage, I don't care, but it wasn't that. But it was more like, you're insulting our intelligence, or maybe you're not intelligent enough to understand the system. So there were jabs. It just wasn't, it don't have to be bitch. You don't have to call a person a bitch to insult them.
Also, I did mention that it might be best that because she said go to all white spaces, that she would go to an all white space, because there are kids there, and those are the people she has to beef with, and she can get some advocates. Betty goes to every room with the same mindset of making everyone aware of what's going on in Puerto Rico. And then we'll be having not just this room that she does that in, it's in almost every space she goes to. Even if we're not talking about politics itself, it flips over to Puerto Rico. So I don't know if anybody else had the same experience, because that's something that she's
Yeah, I did not have a problem with her bringing up Puerto Rico. When I first saw her PTR, I was actually very receptive at first, because I'm also an anti-fascist. I think what made me unable to really engage with her in a way that would bring peace was I really felt like she had a very condescending way of speaking to people about what was happening, because I know I'm paraphrasing, but it was something like, you all don't know how the system works. And I think that is, a real stretch to say to people who you don't know. The other challenge that I had was I also come from a very similar background to her, and my husband has the same demographic breakdown as she does. And I happen to know that her opinion, and which she's entitled to, is not a popular opinion in Puerto Rico. And so I felt obligated to speak more about the acts that were being passed. And finally, I think that a lot of people's teeth were set on edge with both the Democrats and the Republicans are the same thing. And she did say that repeatedly. And that is a talking point that a lot of very harmful people, most Black people, when they vote, do vote for the Democrats. And the idea that, somehow Black people are the problem, or a big part of the problem in Puerto Rico, it is really, it's not accurate, it's not right, and, it's low-key disrespectful. So that's just my take on it.
And
That's why I asked her if she lives in Puerto Rico today, because saying that the Democrats and the Republicans are the exact room to sow discord. And even when we had conversations about legislation, I asked her, I said, so what is the solution then? What do you want us to do to help Puerto Rico? I said, do you vote in your local election? Are you voting for somebody who gives a fuck about Puerto Rico and who will bring legislation to Congress or the Senate or before the president? It didn't make any sense, and she came in here to sow discord.
So you know why she led with being Afro-Latina?
I don't know, to be relatable to us, because she think everybody black. But I'm Caribbean. She didn't with being Afro-Latina. She adopted Afro-Latina halfway into the conversation.
Hello?
She didn't have to ask her for your mama.
Hello?
Why would anybody lead with that in the conversation? I don't fucking walk into a room and say, hey, y'all, I'm black, and then start talking.
Yeah, not even in politics.
I just
say I'm DJ. I just say
no. Love. I wasn't like that. Hello?
Did somebody ask her? Did somebody in this room ask her?
Nobody
even put it. What she had to fucking ask her. Did somebody ask her?
Hello?
You could have fucking crashed out since y'all got this crashed out shit on your motherfucking PTRs.
Crash.
Somebody fucking answer me. We know the answers in our fucking brain.
Hello?
Did somebody answer that?
I would you, Auntie Patty. Go ahead now.
Fucking tired of these people.
Go ahead, Auntie Patty.
Y'all got this?
So the truth is, I had the best response.
MJ, hold on, because I wasn't asking. MJ, hold on, please, because I wasn't asking a question. The reason that she kept mentioning that she was Afro-Latina is because why? Because that's what would have been asked. Are you black, his Puerto Rican, or are you white Puerto Rican? That's why she kept mentioning it. That's what I was not asking for anybody to answer the question. MJ, you can go. MJ, you can go.
Simple, bro.
So are we gonna pretend that they don't do that on this app? Are we like, what's going on right now? Let me know if everybody has. Let me know if we're gonna have our real card out or our fake card or our acting card. What is going on?
Let's just keep it real.
Hold on.
Love, listen, I'm talking to you calmly. Mel,
you're the first one to say that they question your blackness, but you are telling me how to think and feel. Why she kept going, mentioning that.
I'm not listening. Listen to me. I'm calmly talking to you. And I'm not to you. If you come into a room and you lead with that, and you're leading with that with assumption that people are going to automatically ask you that, then that's a you problem. No, you can't make that everybody else.
You guys do this shit to me. What are we fucking talking about right now?
You sound like
what are we fucking talking about right now? I'm fucking yelling. What are we talking about? Because you guys want to lie and play fucking dumb.
Yelling and screaming.
Stop.
I am talking.
I'm tired of that fake shit.
Mel, 1 second.
That shit is so dumb.
Mel,
I don't do fucking fake.
Mel, 1 second. Okay, great. Thanks. So I think one of the issues is that is something that happens on the app all the time. When people start talking.
And in this room.
Black. Are you black? Are you black? So I don't.
How dark are you? How black are you? What is your percent? What's your
to say, so that's a little dishonest. And we all know that people who go around the app and have political conversations or racial conversations or whatever, that there are certain presumptions that people make and how they approach the conversation. And sometimes in the conversation, you can bring people back from that, and allow them to realize that they come off of whatever their past experiences are. And the racial question is always one that is fraught, and at the same time it's a space that is ripe for virulent disagreement. So I don't know. I wasn't here.
Wait,
I wasn't here for the conversation, so I can't. 1 second.
I'm sorry, Dr.
That's okay. I wasn't here for the conversation, so I can't speak on, the details of it. But I will say that it's a little unfair to say that people don't get that.
She said that my people. She said you guys don't know what's going on with my people.
The only person that actually really knows what was going on yesterday, maybe Kimberly and whoever else got these goddamn crash cams.
The crash cam is just okay.
Check this out.
This is about yesterday.
Check this out. You know what's funny about this whole conversation now that we talk about race and then trying to fucking identify that when I said something about it yesterday, it was like it's not always, you can't be in your feelings about it, Patty. You can't let people gatekeep. You can't get upset about it if you feel like they gatekeeping or they trying to keep you out of the black conversation. Like, so now all of a sudden it's okay for Puerto Ricans. What's going on here?
What's the fuck is going on in her people when they started talking?
Patty was told to fucking calm down.
The girl.
So what's going on here?
Okay, y'all having a different conversation.
What's going on here?
Yeah, what happened yesterday?
Women's right act with Puerto Ricans too. They don't need to be worried
What
about
happened yesterday?
Y'all talk about that damn race. Y'all need to worry
So
about that.
yesterday, when I said something, I said, yeah, now I can come off mic because I was with somebody and we was eating lunch. And I said something about, like, I'm black. But there's an issue whenever somebody realizes I may be biracial, and then it's like, oh, now we black gatekeeping.
That's the silliest
And then,
thing.
she came up and said she was Afro-Latina. She did. Guess what? I don't give a fuck if you're black, Puerto Rican, or fucking Asian. It's just a fucking space. Nobody has said, and I know for me, because I cuss fuckers out on a daily. I have just been calm the last week. But y'all motherfuckers are taking me there. Okay?
So just point of correction, because you said something about the people with the crash cows, and yesterday, I don't know any.
No, you don't know. You ain't even a part of it, Dr. AG. I'm gonna be honest with you, Dr. AG, and you are the only ones that's probably disrespectful on the stage because people be saying dumb shit. Half the time, most of these motherfuckers are on mute. Me and you the only one that fucking say something when people fucking act up. Now, Lady may come in and try to correct both of us because we going too far. Just to keep the conversation going. But I know me and you is the only one trying to address fucking comments when shit is being said. Now, I don't know what the fuck is going on for real, and I really don't give a fuck at this point because I don't do messy shit. But if there's an issue, that issue need to be fixed behind closed doors. When motherfuckers be texting each other behind each other back, and then other people tell somebody that this person said something, guess what? Anytime I get those messages, Patty always be like, I don't care. Y'all had a conversation. Y'all have never heard me say shit. Ain't nobody on this motherfucker can fucking PTR a fucking conversation other than I don't care. Y'all need to talk to that person.
Hey, yo, man, shout out to Black Love, though. Hey, straight up, we gotta love our mixed people.
MJ, not
Black
right
people.
now. It's just do this right now. We don't have
Who has a problem with this is crazy. People jumping in the car that they don't even have no business in the car. That's crazy.
But guess what? Okay, you can say it's not Patty, but honestly, I'm the one that started this house. I was the one that y'all fucking brought around, said, hey, come into the room and start this room. I brought some of y'all with me. So if I'm bringing you with me and I'm telling you now, you could have a problem with Malak. Let's say you do. You can have a problem with Lady. You can have a problem with Dr. AG. But guess that conversation with that person. But guess who's the fucking culprit in the end? I am. So obviously, something was a problem. Talk to fucking me. Not little kids. Y'all are grown-ass people.
Respect. I would love to have a conversation. I just don't. And I honestly, if you don't know what's going on,
me and you talk. When you have a problem, me and you talk in the back channels. We do. You have never texted me nothing to be disrespectful about the other moms, but everybody else has. So I'm not talking to you, Just.
What's going on?
You have always came to me. I could read. I could PTR our back channels.
I'm just saying, I think this is a conversation.
But me talking about everybody else, I don't know what you may be doing with Womack. I don't know what you may be doing with fucking Mel. I don't know what you may be doing with Lady, because I ain't in y'all back channels. I don't want to be in it.
But I know that there's a lot of it going on only because it comes back to me.
Talk your shit, Patty. Real shit, bro. Talk your shit, gang.
Bro, and this one I think it should be like a pride, because you're gonna have people that keep on coming on mic that have no idea what's going on, and that's irritating. So like, I think like we can have a conversation, but like with the people that understand.
Exactly. That's what I said.
Just yelling out shit.
Okay, yes, the idea was for y'all make it work, but obviously it ain't.
Yeah, I want to have a conversation because, all right, y'all know what my condition is, and I'm having an issue coding. So if we can have I don't know, let's talk about it.
It ain't even you.
I want to know what's going on.
The problem me and you have is we may open our mouth.
Too much.
Too much. Because a little too soon. But when we made aware of that, we do that. Right? And then go after the person after. But it's not that. It's something else going on behind the scenes. And it ain't got shit to do with shit. And I really don't want you to get involved in that shit. That's the conversation that they need to have.
I think Dr. AG may have things to say too. I'm just saying.
I don't know. Let's just go now. Can we go?
That was me. I'm sorry.
Messy.
So you should ever seen, man.
It's gonna be something about the lady, but
and we talking about real lives. If I realize I've never been around friends that do this crazy shit. Maybe when I was in high school.
No kings.
You know, it's crazy. I got the same friend I'm in Atlanta, and I just got hit. The girls that I told y'all, this was my first, one of the girls that come over here every Sunday was my first hairdresser when I first fucking joined the military. She still do hair. She got a couple salons here. That's how long I keep friends. I keep my friends. My best friend that came to visit was my best friend from junior high.
Damn, Patty. Really?
Like, I keep my friends. You know why? Because I don't fucking do the gossipy ass bullshit. Every one of y'all know that. Every one of y'all. Just, you know that. Mel, you know that. Womack, you know that. I don't do the messy shit. And I don't allow people to do messy shit around me. There's only a couple of these internet niggas that I know outside of this. And it ain't y'all that I'm modding with. And took me to the girl's house.
I'm going to just say this, and I mean it. I'm saving a special crash out of mine for one person, and that is your mama. You're going to get my girls.
I come in peace.
You're going to catch these verbal hands. Oh, and Kiana, she gonna get it too. And I gotta pick one boy.
Zyrtec, Ray. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
You already got one boy, Ray. I'm gonna be the nigga that you ain't gonna fight and you ain't gonna fuck with. You understand me, young man?
Why am I in it?
What country is that accent from?
Nobody's scared of your ass.
I don't know how you got in it, Kiana.
The ragweed is at like.
Ray, I think you should save your crash out for MJ.
No.
He looks like a
fight that man bun.
She said,
fight that man
drink
fight
some
that
water
man.
and use a neti pot.
My wife thinks it's cute.
What?
It's an insider, brother.
I saw other little cute little cows. I thought they were cute, so I named me one.
Oh, shit.
It really is.
So, are we going to go back to the topic about No King's Day? I've been waiting for this since I got here in the great state of North Carolina. All safe. No one's been injured or arrested. It's been peaceful.
That's beautiful.
And I know at least some of them was hydrated since I donated water.
Period. Look at you doing your part. So you were able to get out there, huh?
Hell no. What the hell?
No.
Oh, you donated the water. Okay.
I donated water.
Keep them people hydrated, man. That's a good job. Thank you.
What part of Carolina they have something going on?
Brother, did you bring anything from Costco to the rally?
Nope.
I knew that we're going towards fashion.
Stay right home.
At a speed of a light. And I'm not trying to get caught up. I'm trying to slow it down or try to stop it any way I can help.
I got a question for the real politicals. Is there any way, I probably could ask ChatGPT this question anyway, but whatever. Is there any way that after this voting rights is gutted by the Supreme Court, that the states with majority Democrat governors, Democrat legislation and everything, that they could win back enough seats to make up for the ones we're going to lose when they do the thing?
Well, it's only going to impact those voting laws, government oversight. Doesn't this just impact those like southern states?
They gutted that.
Right, pretty
much. They gutted that, what, a couple of years ago?
Don't get me older.
Yeah, that's gone. No, this is.
Oh, wow.
Section 2. It was Section 5.
Yeah, this is Section 2, so this applies to everyone. And Section 2 is not about intent. It's about, using results to be able to determine or to be able to get at discrimination. And so, you don't have to have a smoking gun in order to make the case that something is sort of racially motivated in terms of, how how it's configured. But it looks like they're going to get rid of that, which means that you would have to have somebody to say, we're looking to do this because we want to depress the black vote. So sans that, anything is, it's going to be okay, which would effectively nullify this Voting Rights Act.
So I discriminated against you, but I didn't mean to. That's basically what you're going to get.
You're going to say, I didn't mean to.
Eventually it'll be that, and it won't matter. but they're pretending, right?
So the grand implications, does that mean like we lose most of, if not all of, black representation, and like is that what happened? Congress
in the South, in the South.
Yeah.
In the South.
So can the states? Then my next question would be the states that are majority Democratic, if they're going to take the step that I think Gavin Newsom was mentioning to just do the same thing in reverse, is it going to balance out with the numbers? Has anybody looked into it?
Maybe. I think
it's the right question, MJ. What about the Negroes in North Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana that will not have representation?
South Carolina, we only have one.
Exactly. It's not going to matter. The question will not have anybody representing them in the United States Congress. It's going to be functioning like it was post-Reconstruction.
It's the rise of the Dixiecrats all over again. It's the rise of the Dixiecrats, just up under another name. That is what it is.
Yeah, I'm talking about, well, just go ahead, John.
I understand. Those are two different questions, though. The question about voting rights is different from the question about redistricting to influence the numbers in the United States House of Representatives. Orangeburg, South Carolina, will not have anybody in the United States Congress representing their interests and their needs.
I mean, we have two gubernatorial candidates that are committing to redrawing the line to actually get rid of. And if they do to him what they did to Jasmine Crockett, it's a wrap. And we have 2 people running for governor that are committed to doing that. It's a...
Yeah, I think it lends to the argument that our enfranchisement does make a huge difference, or else they wouldn't fight. So I still think that it doesn't matter. I mean, because I guess, yeah, things that impact them materially don't change, but they've been working diligently to disenfranchise us. They got it.
How far behind we are from an informational and educational stance, and how quickly that huge gap needs to be made up, and how I have yet to see any kind of push to make that up. Any kind that is in that hole all generation. And it goes from taking civics out of high school. I mean, we talk about it in this room all the time. Grown adults have no clue of how government actually works. And they come in this room on 10, screaming, pissed, and jump on stage and attack people. We see it every day over the past year, and have no idea how government works. Completely clueless. So that big monolith Grand Canyon sized gap between being disingenuous, informationally inept, and woefully undereducated, but with a size 37 opinion, and what that does is when they come in with that heat, and there are maybe a few people that try to educate them, and then they go to windmilling in the breeze. What do we normally do? I'm not saying we're wrong, but I will tell you, I will fall back and I say, here, y'all know what I've been saying for the whole year, but I'm at that point of past irritation because they willingly want to drown. So I don't know how we fix it, but that's my irritation. That's my...
I think what we should be, what we should be really concerned about and prepared for is, I mean, this is going to, they're going to rule in Calais' favor, but we're now on the path, like fully on the path to all race-conscious remedies for historic discrimination to be invalidated, to be challenged and undone. Section 2 is just one thing, Fair Housing Act, next, Civil Rights 1964, next. I mean, it's all about to come down.
This is why I was so annoyed with the lady who left earlier, Betty, because it seemed like I can't any longer hear that all of them are the same. I can't hear it no more. I'm sorry. Too many people don't have jobs right now. Too many people are worried about whether they're going to have access to Medicaid and SNAP benefits and WIC, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And she came to lecture us, and it's not just about her. She is just a prototype that was in this room today. Too many people just come to lecture us about what's wrong with the system. We know the system fucked up. No one is disagreeing. But to pretend today that we aren't worried about putting food on your table is just ridiculous. And I'm really tired. And also, quite honestly, I didn't know she was Afro anything. So I'm just saying that, because she didn't. I mean, we don't have to make it about one person, but when she was repeatedly saying "my people," you guys don't appreciate what's happening to my people with regard to my people, and we're like, wait, what? What's going on? So from the beginning,
Isn't make space for as the big tent, right? This party is the big tent. That's why it's so difficult to get people all on the same page. Don't we have to give space for other minority groups or other people's issues that may not be our priority?
No.
No. The fucking Democratic Party is BIPOC, but mostly white. But it's still it's a big tent. The Republicans are effective because
you can't ask me to be included into my party and come in windmilling and punch me in the face and say, what you guys are not understanding, we've been dislocated and I can't even get back to my country. You can't say that in a room that has a bunch of black people and act like they don't understand your issues with actually not being able to get back to your homeland. That's crazy, King. You can't do that. And that's my issue. If you want to be included, you got to come in with saying, hey, I feel your pain. Let me tell you about my pain, and together we can actually move forward. But you can't come in othering yourself. And
So when you're saying you have to make space because it's a big tent, she already came in saying they're both the same. I want nothing to do with it. So I didn't really see the need to make space for that argument, especially because I think it's an extremely difficult argument. And I see that you wrote that we're not the Democratic Party. I get that. I'm not a Democrat either, but I'm only addressing what King was saying that the Democrats are a big tent and you need to make space for everyone.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was delayed because this app is a piece of shit. I was really trying to respond to King. We're not the Democratic Party. We're just reiterating that. And people are explaining it to you, and you keep reiterating that and dismissing it and saying, y'all don't understand. You guys don't understand my thing. I can't go back home. I've been displaced. Like, what? Like, what? Like, just the
repeating Puerto Rico until later. Honestly, I didn't know what she was talking about, to be.
Well, I don't know if y'all. I mean, I'm not sure, and this is not about that person, right? I know that where I live, there are a lot of Palestinian refugees, and I've been to the mosque several times. There are mosques, and I've been there when people have found out that their whole families was blown up. You know what I'm saying? And so I don't expect for their priorities.
And we don't support that.
Well, I know that, but that's not going to say. I'm trying to say that if they want to make a statement, they feel like Joe Biden should have been more proactive about the war and the children. Like, I can't tell them. I can't say shit to that because it's not my relatives dying actively every day. Like, I'm not impacted by nothing these people are saying directly.
Okay.
Right?
Y'all are going to I mean, this is bullshit. We're not you.
Okay. Then we got
we have to take on. Okay, I can. And first of all, people have repeatedly said in this room, we are not pro-colonialism. What has happened to your people is horrible. That is horrible. But when we are talking about, hey, this is why we feel the way we feel, and you repeatedly minimize and negate that, and then invoke struggles that our people have also experienced, she was trying to assert authority by claiming struggle that we have also experienced. But we respond a different way. And the argument is her response is the valid one, her response is the righteous one, and our response is the silly, frivolous one. And that does piss me off. And that is what is making a lot of Black people become much more insular.
But nobody said that, and she didn't even say that. She said she understood. It's just her priority. And I don't get it.
I'm sorry.
This whole "we're not gonna BIPOC" is the biggest piece of bullshit that I hear on this app all the fucking time.
Bullshit it up your ass every day.
It is total nonsense. We are going to BIPOC. Hold on. We need to get this. We got this enemy on our back. Hold on, no. This is a part of the conversation. I'm sorry, Johnny's relax. We are going to BIPOC to get these motherfuckers up out of power. Oh, we gonna BIPOC. We gonna get with these white people. We're going to do everything that's necessary. Hold on. We're going to do every single motherfucking thing that is necessary to get these crackers up off our back. Are you playing with me? They don't fuck with us. It don't matter if they don't fuck with us.
So why would you if they fucking with us? I don't think that that's accurate. And I also, again, the example
what indication do you have that that's not accurate?
The example of our predecessors. When you talk about, say, Chairman Fred, who was murdered, right? He was a threat to the system, but he was a threat to the system.
Do you understand the political landscape?
We don't have to learn from what we've seen work and not work as it relates to how we make impact increment in the case.
Okay. Can I just say, I'm just going to use an example.
Y'all gonna get with everybody.
I want to what are the Democrats going to do to make sure that we keep, that we can gain control of the House or the Senate or whatever? And your mama was like, wait, what are Black people in the South, where the majority of Negroes live, going to do about the fact that one of the fundamental rights of citizenship has been stripped from them? So there's something that gets at us racially, whatever. But the Negro is always put at the back of the line with regard to political strategy and investment. It does create resentment.
Hold on, Kimberly. You saying that?
Kimberly, I need you to switch when you say
Hold on. Are you saying that Black people, the Negroes?
To me, something's going wrong. Something's going wrong with the auditory processing, MJ. You gotta get that.
Do some ADOS weird shit just now and pretend like he's saying that if we're gonna
MJ, you really need a break, MJ.
You need a scan.
Do you think your sugar low?
You need a brain scan.
I don't need because niggas is on that shit. We can get on that shit.
Season 1. We need a season 1 to read it because you're not hearing correctly.
I heard
maybe
clearly.
You got wet here, brother.
Maybe I heard. I'm gonna go get some Q-tips. Maybe I heard.
You heard wrong. She didn't say that, brother.
Okay. Let me get the Q-tips.
Politically confused.
That's exactly what it sounds like.
With Ray. And Ray gonna tell y'all something.
Ray, go on. Ray, shut up.
Ray, go get a dehumidifier.
For March 2020. MJ get his Q-tips.
Don't put Q-tips in your ear. You're gonna damage your eardrum.
What's going on? Spit in it.
Honestly, I tried to facilitate. I don't know how good of a job I did. I tried.
Malak. I don't understand how we went backwards in this room. But now we know all your mama.
Well, I mean, yeah. And then we had G. Pimpton come on and say whatever. The Black people need to be drowned or something. I'm sure.
Your mama, you really forgot about me on this app, though? You really forgot?
Creamery, if you want to go out for ice cream. Shut your...
Drink some water and get it out. His congest itself.
Yeah, but to be clear, so there are Black academics who talk about
I know you better take care of your
a long time ago.
You're fine in the background. Take care of it. Hey, mute up. Brother, always take care.
Well, thank you. Then have a child, or adopt one, or mentor one. Thank you. Okay, then take care of yours. I'll do mine. Okay, thank you. Empress, I'm joking. I don't have this one. So there is a political scientist by the name of Catherine Tate who wrote about this, and it's Black Faces in the Mirror. It was written about in I think like 2005 or 2006. But she talks about sort of the strength of the Black vote, and specifically about in racial voting districts. She got a lot to say about it. It was controversial at the time because she was saying that having all black voting districts and having Black politicians didn't necessarily yield some of the things that people expected. Doesn't mean that she's not supporting this, but there are Black thinkers who have been talking about these types of realities for a while, and so that's one resource to look at and to think about. And so she also talks about the types of political engagement that would be necessary in sort of these more sort of, I'm not going to say racially diverse, because, you know, it depends on how they, you know, they gerrymander, you know, the districts to see how many Black people would be in a district. But this is about diluting a Black voice. In other books, she's talked about how sort of Black political incorporation has meant sort of has had an effect of sort of
a dampening effect on radical.
Yeah, absolutely, right. It's become less liberal, more moderate over time, and so, you know, this definitely has the effect of trying to weaken not just Black political power, right, but also, right, the political ideology. You know, so when MJ talks about, you know, we're going to BIPOC our way out of this, people don't have the same interests. So that may be the death of Black politics.
Oh, for sure, Black politics. The other thing about, I have to say, King, you did 100s on Brother. The other thing that is interesting, that Black constituencies often vote more left than their constituents. That the constituents are expressing more conservative views than the people that they send to Washington. Like, racial remedies for historic injustice, but just not having those people there is going to make Congress more rightward. The other thing is, I talk about Lawrence Bobo, he's a sociologist a lot, and he talks about how representation, like symbolic representation, inspires more investment. Like, we are already so alienated from these systems. We're so alienated from electoral politics. What happens when there's no Black people in Congress? Like how do people feel about our government when we say, oh, that's just white people's thing, or that's what the whites and Latinos thing, you know? Like, that is worrisome to me.
Yeah, so Kimberly, let her come out of each other's mouth. We don't have the same experience. We don't have the same academic knowledge. Right? For Brother is, I'm interested in the why. Like, I understand the observation. It's the why democracy where we're minorities. Like, what do? What's the plan then? That's what I never hear, right? Because I may agree and say, yeah, you're spot on, but again, first of all, we there, right? All of the critiques, there have been no new ideas presented in this room. This same shit that we've been talking about, motherfuckers been talking about, they were talking about the same shit. In the 60s, they were talking about the same shit after Reconstruction. Like, we are people who's actually come up with a strategy that will work. I mean, are we moving like Charles Blow suggested? We got to...
What do you do on your free time? I mean, I guess, to me, they're underscoring.
You don't got to do that. I don't do that shit to you, Kimberly. Stop it.
I mean, you just asked her, what am I doing?
Yeah, you're like...
I was talking to you, brother. You presented the research, and I'm asking you, was the why presented? Why is it that we find ourselves having to be a part of these bigger groups in this big tent bullshit and have always had to compromise? Why? Why is that? And what is the alternative? That's what I'm asking you. That's it. I hear what you're saying. I think it's valid. I'm just asking for more. I'm asking for more because I have not read that work. Maybe I will. But okay, I will. Thanks. I will.
You know, like, I don't know what you want from me.
Nothing.
I mean, you came in here and you said I'm not providing solutions. I've been having the same conversation with Black people since Reconstruction. read the work, familiarize yourself with it, and then come back.
That's not what I said, but people, you know, like we can agree to misunderstand, and we can be committed to misunderstanding. That's not what I said. That was not anywhere where I was coming from. But if that's what you received, my bad. That wasn't what I was trying to engage with you on. But okay. I'm done. Y'all have it.
But, I mean, to be fair, King. To be fair, I don't think the room had even engaged in a conversation about solutions. I think what we have been talking about is sort of, it stems from this earlier conversation around, and it moved into the frustrations into what is happening. I don't think anybody said, here's the solution happening, organizing spaces where they're focusing on those things.
Right. I was talking about the specific observation made in the work that Brother cited, and the fact that we've all heard all of these observations. We've all have been made every generation. And so my question was, do they even cover, like, what are the alternatives? I'm not asking people what the solution is. I know we ain't got the solution, because don't nobody got the solution, right? This is imperfect shit for imperfect people. And we keep going over the same goddamn arguments every fucking generation. Nobody's figured out the silver bullet. Okay, fine. I don't expect that from people, you know, random people on the internet. I don't. Okay? I'm asking about the work. And if you want to share, if you don't want to share, that's good. I'm coming to people in good faith. And I think that's the only way this shit works, is to assume other people's good intentions and willingness to understand or at least engage, or else we, you know, motherfuckers end up crashing out like they do, or piling on, which they do. And, you know,
we crash out and pile on because this is Clubhouse, where all of us are funny looking, our brains need scanned, and, you know, as a emotional, violent negress, that's why we crash out.
Agree. If I had gotten the invitation to the symposium, I'd probably approach it differently, but it didn't get.
Yeah, I'm here to learn. I expect that the people that I'm engaging with have more information than I do, of course, because we all have our area of expertise. Like, I don't expect that out of anybody, offline, online, nothing. But, you know, hey, like, I that's just me. I take the shit just slightly seriously, because I'm actually trying to problem solve as well, right? These are things that we're supposed to be thinking about seriously.
I mean, respectfully, I gave a resource that I thought might be interesting to sort of further, you know, dialogue, or to further, you know, people are interested in the topic. That there's a Black political scientist who's been writing about this for years. You did two things. One, you said, what's the why, so what? And then tell me about, like, we've already had these conversations. It's been happening forever. And then, like, I expect you to tell me what you wrote. Like, so in some ways,
what was her remedy? Is that not a great question to ask? Was there a remedy offer? Is that not a question to ask? Is that not a legitimate question to ask?
You're asking conflicting things. You're doing conflicting things. One, you're saying we've already had the bullshit conversation for generations. Then you're saying you're not familiar with the information. Then you're asking you to tell you, and then you say you want to learn. Read it.
In general, right, I'm talking about in general. None of what I just said was for you.
I was actually talking first, so I'm going to finish. I'll do something else, right? But you're sort of like, you're demanding, you're expecting information, then you're saying that we already had the conversation, then we're not organizing, then we're not doing the thing that you want to do. Move on to create the own space. I don't see you creating spaces. The fuck?
Oh shit, Speedy Gonzalez is here.
What are y'all? I'm just saying. We are on a talking app. Like, who was like, oh, people just like to hear themselves talk. We're on a talking app. Like, what are we supposed to... But maybe I'm just confused.
It's like all the people on here asking to do stuff. Why don't you bring your research? Bring your scholarship. Bring what you do off the app to us and engage.
How about we all
something else to...
Let's just all turn into Voltron. Everybody brings, the shit that they bring that they good.
That's good. All right, y'all got that.
Damn, I thought I made it to the point.
No, Malak, you holding it down for the people.
No, fuck that. Malak, Mark me number 1, number 2.
No, don't be.
No. Malak, if you know what's good, you will kick him to the goo.
Now, was what I said that bad? I thought I said some good shit.
You said you was gonna fight me, right?
You sure you're not related to MJ, Ray?
What's going on, Johnny's? What is? I can fight your mama. I'm not fighting my mama.
What happens if there's no mods? Does the room end?
No, it just reverts to, it'll give a mod to a random person.
Give it to Kiana next.
Okay.
But this is what I'm saying. Was what I said that bad? I thought that was actually a good idea if everybody brings something to the table and then we use that to form, something more powerful. What y'all think? Or was I out of line for that?
Not out of line. Maybe out of step, but not out of line.
I thought that was a good idea, but I'm full of good ideas that people don't recognize.
I thought that brother was just talking about that to broaden our perspective on the enormity of the loss. I think it's useful. Shout out to the Scott.
I think that we know, and I happen to live in a place where I got gerrymandered, and it's something that unfortunately we have to live with until we can get some victories in statewide elections, and hopefully we can get a governor that actually governs fair and just for his sons. And the problem is people now just govern for their side and not the entirety of the people.
I have to ask, when people keep saying we know, then why don't I have no specifics? I don't have no. I mean, there is something about maybe people think that they know more than they do. Why would you ever turn down the opportunity to acquire more?
I'm not saying I don't turn down more information, more knowledge. I'm saying I know that I live in a place that has been gerrymandered. I know what they've done. I know historically what they've done. I know what they plan on doing. That does not mean I'm declining it by my statement at all.
It's not you.
No, but I do think... I'm just saying what I hear when people say it, Ray. I wasn't saying that was you.
Okay. Thanks for the clarity. But that's why I will sit in here and listen, because I know that I don't know everything. And the one thing that I was taught is the day you stop learning is the day you die. And I'm still breathing. And we actually went shopping a little bit today. So their room full of shoes is growing.
Love that for y'all. I just think generally the arguments are bad because the knowledge is poor. And I think it might be useful for us to not overestimate how much knowledge. I spent a lot of time reading this and I don't know anything. I know a drop in the bucket of what there is to know. So I am always taken aback when, not you, Ray, but generally when there's an approach of, we know this already, or what use is this?
No, I get it. I get it, and I get what y'all was saying. Sometimes when you hear I know or we know, it's like the person is turning off their learning hat. So I get it.
think is one of the worst takes you've heard on Clubhouse? Worst argument?
Politically?
Sure.
Well, who sold those slaves to the Europeans? And I was like, well, if there wasn't any market or demand for it, or white people or the Europeans instigating wars and conflicts, it wouldn't have happened. And he still tried to double down on it. So, yeah, that was probably the worst recent one. Season 1, when I was here, I heard many people becoming domestic abuse apologists. I think it was those Moors who were saying, like, if your woman don't act right, you should be able to pop them in the head and stuff like that. I hear stupid shit from people on here all the time.
That was a super long list to choose from, Malak.
Yeah.
The one that I comes to mind for me, and I'm sure if I really sit down and think about it, I'll find something worse. But it is, I'm going to withhold my vote as a power play. That went like wildfire on this app, and it was the stupidest thing that I'd ever heard.
Somebody said.
Oh, you know what? I'm not gonna say who said this, but the argument that Du Bois wasn't black. Du Bois, W.E.B. Du Bois, was not black.
I got one. Suffrage is about suffering.
That was recent. I was in here for that one. I can't remember who said it, though.
What about the ones, I can't remember it off the top of my head right now, but it has something to do with, it's a percentage of the vote? They get it confused. Kimberly, Kimberly just left. Oh, I'm trying to think. It's like, I can't think of it now. It's like, is it the 1/5 of a vote? Oh, God, I can't think of it now.
They got the Missouri Compromise part. I remember that.
Yeah, they confused it. They confused the value of the vote with a value of a slave.
Right. The original thing was you can count because your number of representatives was based on the population size. So they said in slaveholding states, for every 5 slaves, you'd get 3. It would count as 3 population people to have an extra representative, if that makes sense. But then people were saying
dumb shit. And I can go categorically off anything. I've heard dumb sports takes. I've heard dumb religion.
Haven't even gotten into the flat earthers and the anti-vaxxers.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Jewish people are Jews because it says they're Jewish.
Jewish, yeah. Oh, the anti-vaxxers, the stupidest one I heard is this man, like, this was in season 1. He was like, but what about people taking the vaccine and shedding the virus? And I was like, you shed viruses, bacteria, skin cells all the time. What are you saying? And he just ended up leaving. It's like, man, these motherfuckers will read something and then have it in their head of what they think and don't, like, just make, no. Here's the stupidest thing I heard. Y'all ready for this? This one dude said
This was during season 1. He said you can only get HIV if you have sex with somebody who's infected and you have an open wound on your dick. I said, boy, what do you think your motherfucking urethra is? So you think everybody who have caught HIV just has like a Wolverine cut on their dick from that? Like Wolverine.
They don't understand the concept of bodily fluids. Fucking idiots. You can't fix stupid.
I thought this nigga thought he peed from his belly button or something like that. I was like, what are you talking about, bro?
What was anyone here when Trent said it's the combination of the vaccine and Tylenol that gives kids autism?
Yes,
they get the vaccine and then they get a fever, so then they take the Tylenol and that 1-2 punch gets them autism.
The Tylenol activates it. That's what it is. So freaking crazy.
And the bad part is, I like Trent. I think Trent is funny. But when he said some of that shit, I was like, what the fuck is you talking about?
I kind of stopped taking Trent seriously when he came out with the egg-shaped alien ships, but, that's just me.
Right.
Go ahead. And I'll leave it here because, he's probably not here. I would prefer to, ask him directly. But whenever there is a scandal of the day, he will be there with all these granular talking points and being the expert on the subject. It's very strange.
Trent know how to do everything. He's an expert on everything. He knows somebody who know or is an expert on something.
Oh yeah, or he's
sister. You're a mod now.
Yeah, I don't be though. So, would you like me to mod you and go down?
No, I'm about to go to my brother's house.
Okay, is there anybody here who wants to be a mod before I shut it down? Because it's not really something I want to do.
1, 2, 3, got it.
Got it. Great talking to you guys. I'm sure they'll open it.
Close it.
I would
about Luigi Mangione. And guess what? I mean, I know the guy's name instead of the executive, whatever his name was, Robert Taylor or whatever. I can't remember his name now. Bill Taylor. So here's the thing. They want to do this to you and me. Let that sink in. If Charlie Kirk deserved it, so do you and I, which means they want to kill you and me. So we should think about that, because that's where this is going. I'm sorry to have to point this out.
Yeah. It's just sad that anybody thinks that advocating for the murder of anybody that they disagree with politically is okay. That's a sad state of affairs and a sad state of where some of our young college youth are.
I almost wonder if a person is soulless, if you have a soul, if you believe that. And it concerns me for Paul Kitty, like she's gone, I guess, but it concerns me for her. Honestly, as a Christian, I honestly wonder if she is doomed, and that's a shame.
If she's doomed?
I'd say she's doomed.
Well,
wait a minute, hold on. Everybody gets a redemption arc.
I'm okay. I'm not worried about her. I'm worried about the fact that she wants to kill us.
Right. And other people.
I've engaged with her before, by the way. She's extremely bloodthirsty. And other people, absolutely, right.
Yeah. Do you think some of it was for show, though? I think she was kind of...
Do I think what? Do I take her literally?
Well, I thought some of it was for show.
I
didn't know.
I take her.
Is it for show? She's that evil. Okay, so she stole the sins.
There's a non-trivial percentage of our society and our world that is enthusiastic about killing people with whom they disagree. And to justify this, they'll call them Nazis. In the case of the Jews, they'll accuse us of genocide, or they'll call the Jews Nazis in a enlightening reversal. They'll call Charlie Kirk, they'll use this word, or they'll use something like it. You just heard her. She's an extreme example, but she said he deserved what he got. In other words, people with whom she disagrees deserve to die, deserve to be killed, deserve to be assassinated, shot. It's quite obscene.
And see, Norm, that's why I really appreciate you, and I need people like you around me, because I always want to save people and give them, and I need people to remind me of that. So thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. I'm not happy to bring this news. I've been in these rooms before. There are people walking around today on No King's Day, and again, forgive me for even articulating this. They have this feeling towards the President of the United States.
Is it well attended? Is it crowded?
I don't know. In my neck of the woods, it was very crowded. It's a beautiful day too. I don't know. I didn't look for any statistics, but judging from the people around me, very well attended. Men, women. It was just like Black Lives Matter, only because there's no pandemic, even more people were around. It was massive.
You know what else was well attended that I learned today happened?
What?
KKK Clan Bake. They had lots of family events and outings and stuff.
I don't know what that is. They didn't have that in New York.
They had big picnics and things.
Did you say like KKK?
Yeah, KKK Clan Bake. I learned about that.
Yeah, they have them here. They have them here all the time in North Carolina.
Are they well attended now, Francie? I thought there was only a couple thousand of them around.
So like the ones here, it's a pretty small group. And they do like a lot of family events, picnics, like you said, clam bakes, I don't know, things like that. around 2000, right around the George Floyd time, they came through town and they had flyers that said, "We're watching you," and they took a lollipop and a piece of tape and taped the lollipop to the flyer that said, "We're watching you," and they went through and put it on a lot of people's houses, Black people's houses, and it scared people a lot. But since then, they called me because I was working for the newspaper, and they wanted me to do an article on them, and I was going to get a meet with the the Grand Wizard or whatever, and but I couldn't write the article. I just said no, I'm not going to do it. So yeah, but they're here.
So great words from Matthew McConaughey. Do we want to keep the room open a little while longer and talk more about how Charlie Kirk is not the demon that many people need him to be? Or do we want to head over to a social?
We can head over to the social. I'm getting a lot of crap for not being there.
Yeah, I'm ready to.
Let's fix that.
What does this mean if you're talking about now? Head over to the social. A room with different entrance criteria?
Yep.
You can go with Norm.
Edie's got a social room going and got snatched.
Say this again?
Norm, you can go as my date.
I can what?
Will you go as my date? We'll go together.
It's very thoughtful. How about as friends?
That's kind of what I meant.
Okay. I don't know where we're going, though, and I'm not making any commitments.
Okay, we're going to Got Snatched. You're welcome to join us over there.
Okay, yeah, I saw this. Okay, well,
let's go.
What does this mean? Use 44 for what does that mean?
People be wilding out, use 44 for the sign-up link, but I have no idea. There's no telling with those people. We just don't know.
Yes,
Let's go see.
Brad, can you put the room in the chat?
Yeah. Monica, you want to go grab the link? Because she's going to need the link. She can't see the room. Get her in the house. Okay, Jibby. All right, we'll see y'all over there.
I'm pissed the fuck off right now.
Great.
Man, y'all boring. I ain't even saying that.
Fuck you.
fear I may have in the complaint. He destroyed the rugs, carpeting, the AC, floors, took several items. I was very worried about interacting with him in person. Additionally, during the deep cleaning, I found several substance packages. He would regularly talk to himself. He would also not respond to hellos or hand gestures. He was a less than desirable guest. In the complaint, he destroyed the rugs, carpeting, the AC floors, took several items. I was very worried about interacting with him in person. Additionally, during the deep clean, I found several substance packages. He would regularly yell and talk to himself, and he would also not respond to hellos or hand gestures. He was a less than desirable guest and given 1 star. I've cleaned as much as possible, but I do agree there is a strong odor now in the unit. Most likely from him and his dog. There were several urine spots in the kitchen. Photos sent. As far as mold, I did not recognize any. He left a black slime. Everything. Hi, Lawrence. I do have an odorizer. Flip the mattress. But I do believe that the entire carpeting is going to have to be replaced. I would like to update to $2,000. Hi, Lawrence. I do have an deodorizer machine and we can flip the mattress, but I do believe that the entire carpeting is going to have to be replaced. To update the amount in my complaint against the former guest Nick is to cover the repair and replacement of the carpeting and part of the flooring, which are most likely causing the smell and do reflect the damage in the photos next. The rugs were all washed, but there were urine stains in them as well. Hi, Caroline. I'm letting them know. Do very much apologize. Do very much apologize. Hi, Carolina. Messaging with Lawrence Agreement to hopefully get this resolved for as soon as possible. I do very much apologize. Hi, Carolina. Messaging with Lawrence Agreement. Best time to get this resolved for as soon as possible. I do very much apologize. What happened here? His phone died. Hi, Carolina. Messaging with Lawrence Airbnb. Messaging. Hopefully get this resolved for as soon as possible. I do very much apologize. shit. Very much. Hi, Carolina. Was the show with Lauren taking the best of there's stuff here. So thank you very much about it. Fuck. Sucks. I'm trying to bring you some Clubhouse Live while I do some yoga. Man, this phone is fried. It's cooked. Please let me know. I'd be happy to. I'd be happy to flip the mattress and run the deodorizer, but I think that unless I steam clean the carpeting, the odor will persist. It will take me at least 24 hours to get a carpet steaming completed. At this point, I'm going to have to completely remove all the carpeting, redo entirely. At this point, I'm going to have to completely remove all the carpeting from the floor and redo entirely because of the former guest. Please let me know how else I can be of assistance. Carpeting. Oh, no. Persistent stench. Oh, no. Is this phone charging? What is going on over here? Yeah. Dealing with an Airbnb issue. I thought I had it fixed, but I think I detected what she's talking about, and I think I see in the photos how, like, no, just a potato. No, just a potato. Fucking, it's all good. It's all good.
Hello, Moto.
It's really fun. No. Oh no. Oh no. No, I've fully explained the problem to Lawrence. But he is not responding. Is he helping you find alternative accommodations? I can fully explain the problem to Lawrence, but he is not responding. Is he helping you find alternative accommodations? And I fear that it might not still be enough. It would take me 24 hours to get a steam carpet cleaning, and I fear that it might not still be enough to get rid of the odor. do very much apologize. Clearly did not. I have filed a complaint against the last guest and requested $2,000 in damages to make the repairs and replacements. Hopefully, Airbnb will be able to credit you a significant portion of your reservation. I do very much apologize for this inconvenience. I thought I had it self-included. Now, please update me if you know more. I will miss it once again shortly. Sucks, man. Oh, fuck. Jesus. Ay, vey. Ay, vey. I tried. Disgusting people. Dog urine, it requires total cleanup. I mean, I'm gonna have to like
and then experience nature and then
rip out all the carpeting, plate, and like then do a deep clean, and then reseal it and do the whole floor.
And she said it was essential. I said, okay, what happened? She said, well, she goes,
Is why
they're cutting it in half and flipping it around.
Yeah. So if you look at this, like the surgery is called double jaw surgery, but there's a special variant of it that they do in Korea called double jaw V-line surgery. And the whole point of that surgery, like if you look at pictures of Korean people that are about 100 years old, right, you'll see that a lot of Koreans have very big jaws, even the ones that have very big, very square jaws. So this surgery cuts down the side of the jaw, cuts down the middle of the lower jaw, takes out a slice of it, shifts the jaw back into the space that the slice created, staples the front jaw to the back part, then cuts down the chin part, and then shifts the chin part down.
It's very cultural appropriate for somebody in Korea to give to us.
So you didn't know the details of the surgery.
No. The
Do you
point
like how it looks or not?
That's what I'm trying to
It's cultural appropriate in Korea to give somebody.
I'm trying to make a point, please.
I'm adding a little bit.
Yeah, but you're speaking over me completely.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So the point I'm trying to make is that, like,
If you guys talk over her, she'll go on for 17 hours.
So the results of this surgery, right? It takes a person who had a completely different face shape and gives you a person who has a totally different, like, so somebody who had a square face, it gives that person like an oval V-shaped face, right? And it makes their face much smaller than it really was. Now you see somebody like that, you get married, your kid's gonna look completely different.
No, if I'm with a woman personally, I need to see her before and after pictures of anything. I need to see how she has to be comfortable enough with me to show me her baby pictures growing up. Even if I don't care about it, but I need to see like her. I need to know that's a part of me getting to know her. That's
you don't want genetically inferior children.
I'm sorry, like this is just how it is. For example,
but Joey, let me ask you this though: isn't it? Don't you see a pattern of like when two extremely good-looking people come together and have a kid?
Their kid is ugly.
Yeah, bro.
I've seen that before.
You need like one that's kind of off a little bit.
Is that what happened with your parents, Mike?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that happen before, but I think what I've noticed.
Attractive. I'm talking about.
What I've noticed, like, you have to have like a series of.
Go ahead, Lee. Just the one mic on Lee.
What Sugar Billy was talking about okay, what if somebody did this and they lost weight and da. So part of what I don't like in a woman is the fact that she needs cosmetic things that it's gonna cost maybe $5,000 or however much it's gonna cost to lose weight. I need the work ethic of knowing that you can lose weight whenever you want to lose weight. Because at the end of the day, sort of reciprocating to, or it's gonna what's that echo effect in engine that you're gonna have to?
No,
the woman of your kids, your wife. Your wife is the one that's going to instill a lot of, especially if you have a daughter, she's going to instill a lot of values into your daughter. I don't want to have a daughter that thinks she can take the shortcut under the knife.
Well, that doesn't make much sense. I'm watching you, Michael. Just go ahead.
I was going to say maybe a more polite worry that I would have or could have is that, okay, so in the hypothetical, this person was awkward and sort of ugly, whatever you consider ugly, heavy, whatever. They did all the right things. They worked out. They did it all naturally, and they got to the point at which you see all those ratios as like really good looking. My thing is in the back of your head, it's like, if you fast forward a while, is there a chance of reverting back? Because genetically it's there. She works,
I
the person works hard, they keep doing the things, but when you let up at some point, it's like, oh, we're going to get back to.
I think Syke put it for me in a more polite way. Sorry about how rude I was, maybe.
Yeah, sorry, I was just gonna cross Mike. So I don't agree with like when men say stuff about like, oh, taking easy weight out or whatever. Women's bodies, when it comes to retaining fat, work slightly differently from men's bodies. Our hormones are cyclical, and like our bodies try to hang on to fat because we need the fat to do things like have children, breastfeed children, successfully sustain pregnancy, and so.
This is all factored into man's biological attraction.
Can I finish?
This is already factored in.
Can I finish? Can I finish? Thank you. So what I'm saying is that like losing weight from men is fairly easy because not only that, but men have more muscle mass, and like if you have more muscle, it's easier to lose weight. So if you notice, you see like a man and a woman, they both start trying to do the same things, trying to lose weight. The man's progress is a lot faster than the woman's progress, and that's because of biological differences. That doesn't mean that women can't lose weight. Doesn't mean that women can't make the effort to lose weight. Doesn't mean they can't do all of this stuff. But what I'm saying is like it's kind of weird when you're just like, oh, and like you're a guy. Like you're never going to experience what it's like trying to lose weight and your body is fighting you every step of the way. Like you're never going to experience what that's like.
That's the whole point. If you're a woman, obviously everything you said is taken under consideration. This comes a part of natural male attraction. For example, what you said about women storing more fat than men. I'm not saying that a man wants a woman that has the same body fat as him. That's actually unattractive, to be honest. Because that comes across as, for me, I don't know about any other man in the room, but I'm pretty sure most people can agree with me that it comes across as a bit masculine. Nobody wants a woman that's very vascular with veins popping out everywhere, okay, with high high muscle definition, unless it's for a certain utility. Let's say, I don't know, you guys are living in a very remote place, this, that, the other, and there's a utility for that. But generally, people like proportions. Proportion doesn't have to do with, okay, body fat plays a factor, but the woman's natural body fat, where the fat deposits, that's a part of that. So you said higher body fat than men, the different hormones and things like that. That's part of it. Some women have natural body fat that deposits at their thighs, the hips, the breasts when they add more body weight. That's part of attraction too. Okay, and she's active and she's keeping up with me, her natural genetic physique. That's something that's very fit in terms of biology.
Yeah, he's also attractive. So
I'm just going to say
everyone's
that,
definition of attractive is different.
Yeah, like what men find attractive. I mean, women, yes, there are some universals, but what men find attractive and like how women look kind of changes from time period to time period and society to society. It's funny because it's like, I don't know, when I came to the room, I think Huey was talking about how like, you know, he would never date somebody who's fat or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, that kind of makes sense, like given for like where, you know, we are in society today. But you go to a place like Mauritania and all the men there are obsessed with like obese women. I don't mean like fat, chubby, maybe just like I mean like my 600 pounds life type people. Those are the most beautiful women in the country. Like people, the men shame thin girls in that country. It's hilarious.
Ancestry of those people. Like,
Have you seen it?
If food was very scarce in that country, so there was a
that's the reason why. Yeah, because it's a desert country.
I just thought about something.
It means that
I think I could get like in a lot of agreements out of everybody, and everybody would be on my side, and they would all support me in this effort. Sugar Belly, would you like to argue or debate if God actually exists or if Christianity is the truth?
No, I'm not interested.
You're not interested. Oh, dude, I want to watch. I just thought about it. I was like, man, imagine watching Sugar
I am
Belly
not
get her fucking
interested,
kicked in.
sir.
I think everybody would support that.
I am not interested.
You're not interested?
Yes,
oh,
thank
okay.
you.
True. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
you can go.
I was gonna say, like, it's a desert country,
You can't disperse
so
Christianity.
I'll kick your teeth in, man.
Rich, stop saying nigga.
so oh my god, can you stop? Like, please. Yeah, so look, it's a desert country and they do have a history of like, you know, cyclical famine. So it makes sense that like the men there really like fat women.
There you go. No ChatGPT or no research was needed.
Imagine how awesome that
I don't know if I agree with that reasoning. I hear your reasoning, but I don't know if I agree with it because you know, if you go to like other places like Morocco, you go to places in Egypt as well.
Morocco doesn't have a history of famine.
No, what I'm saying is the desert thing is what you're talking about.
No. So me mentioning that it's a desert country doesn't mean that like the causative factor is desert. The causative factor is food scarcity. That's the causative factor. So basically populations where like they experience chronic food scarcity, the men are attracted to fat women.
Yeah.
But actually, apparently Morocco does. They've had a history of famine.
Chronic.
How many?
That word chronic is not for decoration.
How many hundreds of years was that? Yeah.
Gotcha.
So that's why I guess the Mauritania, I've never heard of that country.
And it's not even just that.
It's in East Africa. It's in East Africa. You ever heard of Mauritania?
Mauritania? No, I'll be honest, I haven't heard of it.
It's one of the smaller countries most people are around where, but yeah, it exists.
So like there's a fascinating documentary, right, where they go and they like actually start talking to men there. So like in Mauritania, they have this practice called gavage. So gavage is when they take little girls and they take them out into the desert. They put them in a camp in the desert. Like the girls are like 5 years old, 6 years old, maybe 7 years old. And in the desert camp, they put the girls' toes in these toe vices, right? And they force feed the girls all day long. And they feed them until they start vomiting. They feed them camel's milk mixed with fats, mixed with honey. And they force them to drink it until they start vomiting.
Is this a particular tribe, by the way?
No. It's more like a countrywide practice.
So this is a cultural practice within the whole nation?
Yeah. So basically, like they when the girls start to vomit the food because they can't eat anymore, they beat them and they twist the toe vices so that they have to keep eating, and then they force them to like sleep all day. So like it's like a whole cycle of like sleep, eat, sleep, eat, sleep, eat, and the whole point of this is to make them fat. To make them fat, and the reason why it doesn't make them fat is because the men won't marry them if they're thin.
What age do they do this to the women or the girls to? What age?
I think the documentary. So and this like I think it was like was it? Like maybe like 2010, 20. between 2010 and 2015, I think.
And I mean, the age of
the girls, they're like 5, 6, 7.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, 5, 6, 7. Some of the older ones. So the older girls are there because they're from poorer families. So like wealthier families send their girls earlier. Poorer families send their girls later because they can't afford it. But anyway, long story short, like the whole point is to make the girls fat so that they'll be able to get husbands and like, you know, so that men will like them and stuff. And so like in the documentary, they go around like asking the men, like, okay, what kind of woman do you like? Then they bring them American magazines and show them like American supermodels in the magazines, right? And they're showing the men, they're like, do you like this woman? Do you think she's pretty? Blah, blah, blah. And it's so interesting because all the older men, all of them said the supermodels were ugly, you know, that this is terrible. They want like fat, obese women, blah, blah, blah. In the younger men, it was mixed. So they had some younger men who would say that, you know, the supermodels were ugly and that fat women were pretty. And then you had some younger men who had like more Western exposure. And those men would say that fat women are ugly and that they want like the supermodels.
I agree with you. I'm going to make the claim also just off of the back of what you said that attraction is part of attraction, or a huge part of attraction is social conditioning.
I strongly agree.
No, I agree.
Yeah, you're likely to find attractive what your peers find attractive.
That is true, Michael.
Yep. Men are very, very follow. Like if they see a woman that they feel that their peers thinks is like a desirable woman, they start desiring that kind of woman.
I think a huge part of attraction also just because of the thing you said about follow. I don't believe it's as simple as that. I believe it's also linked to status. I think a big thing that you guys have in your country in America is that people complain, or black women especially complain, that athletes or artists or people that are high profile get engaged or they marry or whatever with white women. That's a big thing in your country. Okay, so I think that a part of that comes with status. And I know that this is something that a lot of people don't like to discuss. But I'm not saying that I completely agree with this, but I want to open the floor because it's an American issue.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with you at all. And I'll say this coming from a country where marrying white women or marrying white people.
Sorry, what country are you from?
I'm Nigerian. Like marrying white people used to be a low status behavior in Nigeria, and then because of American influence, it has flipped. So, yeah. So I think what is happening is that, like in America, what do you say?
I can't hear. Microphone is messed up. Sugar Belly, what you mean on you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Korea, you made a point about the plastic surgery. So Korea has the most plastic surgery, the highest plastic surgery.
Yeah, Korea has like the highest rates of plastic surgery in the world.
Then there's another stat. You could check it. I don't have my PC open, so I might be like one off or something like that. So the highest products of skin whitening products or skin lightening products, Korea is number 1, and then Nigeria falls, I think, number 3.
No, so Nigeria isn't like that. Oh my god, I feel like this is Nigeria's most misquoted stat. I know, I heard you. This is the most misquoted stat about Nigeria ever. So the study. Sorry, 1 second. So the study was a study that was done on traders in Lagos. Lagos is one state in Nigeria. And the study found that 70 to 77% of the respondents of that survey had used skin whitening products. For some reason, the study keeps on getting quoted as 70% of Nigerian women have used skin whitening products. And this is not true, and especially like if you actually go to the country and look at like the people walking down the street and the demographics and everything, you can see that it's not true. The vast majority of Nigerians are brown skinned, like they're just like they're like a dark brown, right? What you have is a localized part of the country that has a lot of Western exposure, and in that part of the country, you have a high rate of skin bleaching, and that place is Lagos. So in Lagos specifically, you have a high rate of skin bleaching.
Also Abuja as well.
not in Abuja, because like in Abuja it's declassy.
Okay.
Yeah, so like it's very declassy in Abuja.
I think you know more. But I also sugar, but to your point, I think also like the idea of thinking that just because people are lighter skinned too, that doesn't equate to like a country having like higher bleaching as well. Like I mean,
we have some people in the country who are light skinned, and so the whole like skin color thing is very odd.
Define what I said, please. The greater point of what I'm trying to say is that the whole standardized version or Eurocentric version of beauty, like I said, is social condition. Everybody agreed with that.
we agreed.
Korea is number one when it comes to cosmetic surgery and also with skin whitening products, and Nigeria is number 3. But I'm not trying to single out Nigeria. I'm trying to say that this is a global thing. This is a product.
So I think what I'm saying is that like it's actually a lot more layered than that. So how do I explain this thing in a way that makes sense? I would say that there are there's like a chain, there's like a daisy chain of like people who are influencing other people, and that's what is happening. So you have a chunk of people who are people that have Western exposure. And by Western exposure, what I mean is like they consume American media, they've been to America, they used to read American magazines, they know American celebrities, they're very like mentally plugged into like what's happening in America, right? Those people have mentally downloaded American attitudes about colorism, preferring like light-skinned people, preferring white-skinned people, and whatnot. The problem is that this set of people are also the most likely set of people to have money. So because they're likely to have money, that means that they're likely to be the gatekeepers of opportunities for people in the rest of the country who don't have as much exposure to America. They just don't. Those people don't know what's going on in America. They don't know like they don't know any of this stuff, right? But what they do know is that the people who have the job that they want, they said in the job description, only light-skinned women. Or they didn't say that, but like when they went to the job interview, only the light-skinned women got through. So those people don't have a mental idea about how to think about skin color. Like they don't think, oh, light skin is better. They don't think that like white people are better. They don't think any of those things. But they're seeing the pattern that if you're lighter, these people will treat you better. And that's what's happening.
You know, Lou, you there? Go ahead, AK.
Nah, I'm just trying to get his attention to play chess. My fault, yeah.
Hey, Sugar Belly, I had one friend. He's like, he's telling me that
you want to play chess?
Oh, hold on, Luke, just 1 second. Sugar Belly, I had one friend who told me that he doesn't want to use things like toners because he believes it's going to bleach his skin because of what toners do. I'm like, bro. Yeah.
No, I understand why he started that, but he's making a mistake. So like toners are like
they're not meant to. They don't.
They're like a kind of skincare product. But the reason why he has that confusion is because the word bleaching has a bad rap. The people who do bleach their skin in Nigeria say, "Oh, I'm not bleaching my skin. I'm toning my skin." So that's the reason why he probably thinks that any toner, any skin toner is something that's going to bleach your skin.
Toner is like used to like remove makeup and exfoliate.
Yeah, I know what it is, but like
in the countries where people want to make it like they want to calm down the fact that they're bleaching, they don't want to stigmatize it. They call it toner most of the time. They call it skincare. Yeah, they make different words for it. But we all agree here anyway. So
find something that we disagree about to peaceful.
But I think what is really scary. So like what is really scary is that richer people who have colorist mental attitudes are causing poorer people who don't understand colorism and don't even understand white supremacy and don't understand any of these things to bleach purely because they want better opportunities. And so it's trickling into all sorts of weird things. So like I remember getting to a Facebook group that was titled a skincare Facebook group, and I found a bunch of women in there like trading to bleach their babies. And I remember like reading, like I was like, what the hell is happening in this group? And I was like reading all of their posts, like they would post pictures of their babies, and they're like, oh my god, like my baby, she was yellow before, but now like she's turning dark. What do I do? What do I blah blah, that kind of thing, right? And it was really sad because what I saw was that they were talking about how people treated their babies. So when their children were dark, a lot of people didn't treat their children well, or maybe they did treat their children well, but when their children were lighter, people treated them better. People were nicer to them. They said their children were cute. You know, they had more compliments.
I sent you an invite. Yeah, I just sent you an invite.
So that's what's happening. Yeah,
Sounds
it's
really dangerous. So, like as a baby,
it's extremely dangerous.
Yeah.
Like you're messing up with the growth of the baby.
Yeah,
I could never
No,
imagine
starts don't even fully form, so it's just
bleaching my skin. I love my skin. I love the way it shines in the sun. I love just the radiance of it. I could never imagine trying to like bleach my skin, but my mom does like the hydrochloroquine and all the you have hydrochloroquine.
No, I think you mean hydroquinone. That's like the OG bleacher. Yeah.
That one. And then they also use like glycolic acid to try to resurface. And all these other bleaching agents.
Glutathione is another one that people like.
Oh yeah, glutathione. You can get glutathione done intravenously, which is insane. Like you can go to like a vitamin clinic
they call it Cinderella drip.
Infusion.
You know, the dark thing about glutathione is actually very good for you in general.
Yeah, I mean it's an antioxidant, it's good for us, but like when they push it, they're trying to push it in heavy amounts, and that's what gives it its like skin lightening effect. If you push it in like heavy amounts, like more than you would normally need. It's insane.
I think my whole point is that like the truth is that more people bleach their skin because their life opportunities are tied to their skin color than because they genuinely do not like their skin color or because they think that like white people are superior.
There's a culture too, Sugar Belly. Like my sister, she lives in Philly. She grew up in Philly, but she has Liberian, upbringing too in the house, and her mother is Liberian, and the community around is a lot of Liberian, right? She began bleaching her skin at one point. It was probably maybe 10 years ago now. And she it wasn't tied to opportunities and stuff like that. You know, like the people in Philly not gonna look at her different when she goes to get a job.
But she's a Liberian, right?
Like in Nigeria.
But she's a Liberian.
What do you think, Joanna?
You said she's a Liberian.
Liberia?
Yeah, she's a Liberian, right?
Yeah. Liberia, the country.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say, but like in Liberia, the reason why they have a light skin complex is because when Black Americans move to Liberia, no, that's not why, Luke. So like, let me finish. When Black Americans moved to Liberia, they promptly enslaved the native population.
No, I know the history of the American.
Yeah, but look at other people clearly don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, before you get into that, let me just ask you, her being separate from the actual country of Liberia, right? Mm-hmm. What would you say anyone's reason for skin bleaching at that point? Because you were just attributing, and I agree with you.
Just because you go somewhere, it doesn't mean you're kind of separate from like all your childhood influences.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just like
it comes down to the root thing I said. It's down to conditioning. That's okay. I understand. You get back to the Black Americans.
No. I'm actually just going to say what happened in Liberia. The reason why Liberia is complex. Like, do you understand? The reason why Liberians specifically have a complex with their skin color, and the reason why they do is because Black Americans moved to Liberia, enslaved the native Liberians, and implemented. Let me finish. And implemented very strict segregation according to skin color, right? And then not only did they do that, but then they very deliberately only wanted to breed or intermarry with light-skinned people. And then Luke, hang on. And then they they hoarded all the opportunities and economic resources in the country for only that set of light-skinned people. So to this day in Liberia, if you look at their government, all of their top governments are light-skinned, mixed-race, Black American descendants. Meanwhile, the native Liberians, like the actual average people, are dark-skinned, regular-looking West African people.
I watched a documentary on the people of Liberia, and didn't they have like some dictator named Butt Naked?
General Butt Naked.
Yeah. Wasn't that crazy? He was horrible.
Yeah, he used to
the worst.
He used to eat children's hearts.
Yeah, he was to eat people and run around butt naked.
He was crazy.
Might be a stupid topic here, but now listen, yeah. So, Liberia was founded by 3 Black people from the United States and the Caribbean, including formerly enslaved individuals who were supported by American colonization. I'm reading this, by the way. So then that was in the 19th century. Okay, so now you didn't know that. I didn't know that.
I'm making gumbo.
So now let me open the floor for this question.
Wait, Eric, you knew the history of Liberia?
Yeah, bro.
Luke clearly didn't know because he shouted at the Arabs. He was like, "Oh, the Arabs." No,
yeah, because honestly, I thought Liberia was in North Africa. And I thought it was part of them. Bro, yeah.
Have you never listened to the map of Africa?
Bro, listen. That's black.
No, you're talking about Libya.
Okay. You can mix it with
Thank you. All right, everybody laugh at me. But all right, cool. Let me get back to what I was saying now. So now that Black
America, never heard of Mauritania, but go on.
Mauritania is what's the population of Mauritania?
I don't know much. I know where the country is.
Okay, you know where the country is, but the population is less than probably 500,000.
What?
That's not true.
No, it's a few million.
Where are you getting that from?
I don't know where I'm getting because I'm not Googling. I'm just going off the top of my head. I'm not getting checked.
Why would you think the population of Mauritania is 500,000 or less?
Because it's not influential.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy about that guess? What is crazy about that guess? He didn't even say 5 million. He said like what?
And I'm trying to help him out. It's over 5 million people live in Mauritania.
Okay, so you're wrong. So
I'm not wrong, bro.
No, sorry. My Google made a mistake. It did Mauritius. The population is 1.26 million. So, all right. I'll give it to you that you're right. I don't know about anyone.
Yeah, Liberia, Libya, Mauritania.
What about Lebanon?
Lebanon, of course I know where Lebanon. I've been there before. I did a textile business over there before. I've been to Lebanon before.
What about Eritrea? You know where Eritrea is?
I know where Eritrea is. East Africa, of course. Right next to Ethiopia. Okay.
What about the country?
I know all the non-Black countries.
What about Chad?
These are African countries. I know where Chad is. Chad had one of the biggest empires.
The heart of Africa.
What's a master? Exactly.
Everybody stop. Do you guys hear what he said? Do you hear what he said just now?
I said
no,
what?
What he just said right now. He said.
What did I just say?
He said,
the heart of Africa.
I'm going to say word for word. He said, "I know where Chad is. Chad had one of the biggest empires in Africa, Mansa Musa."
Oh no!
She's so mad. Why is she so mad?
You're right.
Oh my God! Like, what is going on?
This nigga don't know his Hold on.
It's like a pop quiz.
Hold on. He forgot.
Wait, what did you say now?
Wait. So I said it off the top of my head because I have a reason for saying that.
For
No,
guests,
there's no
check
reason.
out walkthrough video.
Hold on, let me
24-hour deep clean walkthrough video. I launched
The reason you have for saying that is liabilities. That's what is going on. Because I don't know how you're going to carry Mansa Musa all the way to Ali.
But it don't matter because, like,
modern day Chad.
no.
The damage of the photos.
I'm reading this on the GPT.
Okay, but excuse me, sir, right?
No, Chad is east.
If an
Chad is West Central.
if an empire just
No, Chad is east. It's in Central Africa. I went to a school called Chad School. I know everybody.
Mali Empire. We the past of modern day Chad.
It was never part of no Mali Empire, bro.
excuse me, Luke, let me just tell you what the cheat code is, okay?
Territory, the Empire's territory was extended.
Luke.
Let me speak now. I'm gonna give you the floor, please. The territory of the Empire's territory was extensive, including parts of modern day Mali, Senegal, Gambia, Guinea, Burkina Faso, Nigeria, Mauritania, the place he was talking about, and Chad. While his empire included Chad, Mansour's personal origins are from Mali Empire, which is located in West Africa.
Okay, so
Chad was at one point in history. Chad was the hub.
What? No, it was never the hub. Please.
I said it for a reason.
Listen, my darling Luke. The cheat code to knowing where countries in Africa are is to cluster them. Okay. For example, Djibouti, Eritrea, Ethiopia.
I got them right. You don't have to quote them to me. I got them right. When people
I'm not calling. Just like do you have ADHD?
I do. Yes. That's why I'm a multi-millionaire.
I can tell. So my point is like you cluster them. So we know that the ones I just listed, those are like the foreign countries, right? You just have to know where one particular country is and then cluster its neighbors. And that's how you can, never lose your way.
Okay, Ak is changing what I said. I don't know if you're doing it intentionally, Ak.
What happened? No, I'm just saying that the Mali Empire never stressed the Chad.
I will concede. I'm not an expert. Yeah.
So no, I'm not trying to change what you said. All I heard you say was that Mali included Chad.
It was never like. And it also never included Nigeria.
But it's all right. Mansa Musa never. He didn't come from Chad, bro.
Yeah, I never said it. Okay.
Okay. You said that he ruled an empire, right? You said Chad was part of one of the greatest empires.
Listen. Let me say this. I know a lot of people from Chad, and whenever Chad is included in the conversation, a lot of them have a lot of pride about Mansa Musa because he did play a significant role
because of the region, bro.
Okay, he played a huge regional role and also a cultural role.
Excuse me, Chad is nowhere close to Mali. What is going on here?
Modern day Mali. But we're talking about the Mali Empire, Sugar Belt, right?
You say this to somebody from Chad, okay? Say that to somebody from Chad.
Wait, so you're Nigerian? What? Tell them what? Mansa Musa never ruled them?
You say that to somebody from Chad, and let's see what they say.
Can I just say this thing? And I'm not trying to be mean or nasty or classist, but it is a fact. The vast majority of Africa.
Alright, I'm not even this. You know what it is? We're all black. I don't care.
Luke, I was speaking.
I don't care.
Luke, I was speaking. Luke, I was speaking.
Let me fall back on the black.
Luke, I was speaking.
I don't care.
Luke, I was speaking.
I want to summon Huey.
I was speaking, Luke. Are you like, what's going on?
Like a poltergeist? You need a Ouija board?
Like, stop that. I'm sorry to say this thing, right? But it is the truth. The vast majority of like other African countries are simply not as well educated as 3 particular countries. So like they say a lot of nonsense that isn't actually true, and it's actually like fascinating to just like watch.
Okay, I don't agree with that, but I don't want to get 3 countries. Hold on.
Okay, so
what are the 3 countries?
So Nigeria, South Africa, and I think the last one is Ghana.
Okay, so the top 5 wealthy countries.
I didn't say wealth. I didn't say wealthy. Did I mention wealth?
That's the thing bullshit it up. You know that.
So Sugar Belly, if you look at a country like Kenya, like even Zimbabwe, like they have like their literacy rates are like through the roof. Their educational attainment is actually quite high too. Yeah. But I would say on the global stage that you are right. I think because of their economic stability of those 3 countries, like they're getting their recognition. So
So and the reason why I'm saying this thing is because like it's kind of crazy when you consider like how much poorer the other countries are. Your mic is gone, Luke.
Yo, Cranberry, Oga, jump in, please. Did you just say Oga?
Luke, I'm really sorry, but like you need to stop speaking Yoruba because
you see that. You're saying my accent.
I'm saying that your pronunciation is atrocious. So.
Okay, but when I go to different European countries,
Benny Cranberry, come on, say what?
I don't know. I'm just here chilling. You got to go about bleaching. For example, are you too many Nigerians in here? Sugar Betty, are you a Christian?
No.
Okay, so for example, Nigerians.
Sorry, people talk. I can't hear what you're saying.
Let me make one point and then I'm gonna mute up.
There's like multiple people talking.
Let me make one point and then I'm gonna mute up. So you're Christian Cranberry, Jesus Christ. The Bible was written. The first Bible was written in Greek. Can we read that?
What has the Bible got to do with this conversation?
Yeah, well, like I said, let me make the point.
So original Bible written in Ethiopia, actually. That's when the original. I don't know what I have to do. I just talk about after my research about that. I'm not so sure. I don't know where you're going with this conversation.
That's I think the oldest preserved Bible.
Okay, thank you for helping.
They preserved it. I don't know. The oldest Bible is Ethiopia for sure.
Where you going with this? Where you going with this? Thank you. Okay. So all right. I'm not intellectual. I'm not the guy like this. Okay, I'm just saying. No, I'm not. All right. So the oldest Bible is Ethiopian, but then after that, the common language of the biggest empire was the Byzantine Empire, and that language was Greek, and the Bible was written in Greek. Can we agree? Now let me continue with what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Yeah, that's your point.
So Jesus Christ in the marketplace, he spoke Greek. I lived in Greece for 2 years. Nobody ever complained about the way I was pronouncing words. It's only an African person that's going to complain about how you pronounce it.
Okay.
Pronouncing what words though?
Wait, hold on. So I'm the one.
So when I was speaking, actually, he engaged me. So I'm actually going to get clear. Sorry, like what pronouncing what word specifically?
When I was speaking to Cranberry,
relax. I called Cranberry. I heard Lucy say Cranberry. I'm just going by what I heard. So please let this man start. So it's saying.
And I was the person who criticized pronunciation.
Now let me explain to them. So
come on, I beg.
I'm trying to explain to them.
I can't hold it right now because okay. So when I speak to Cranberry, I said some things in Yoruba and maybe not the best accent. But my point is that if I go to Spain, if I go to Italy, if I go to Greece, like I said, I made the example of Jesus Christ spoke marketplace Greek. He wasn't speaking fluently. Nobody makes fun of the way of me speaking their language and the way I speak it. But I'm actually Nigerian, like blood, full 100% Nigerian. And another Nigerian is trying to make fun.
Bro, if she say your accent ain't good, what's the difference?
Okay,
guys, let me hear this brother now. We all kids, man. Let's be adults, man. Let me hear this brother.
Shouting. Let's
go. Interrupting. That's Oh, Jesus Christ, man. You're not kids, man. Go on, Luke. I'm hearing you, bro.
This is the topic now. This is the pinnacle. So after all of that said and done, you come and you say that, oh yeah, I'm not trying to be, I'm not trying to sow division. I'm not trying to do no. Yeah. You said something. You made a disclaimer before you said a point. But what you're doing is exactly that. That's what you're doing. Oh, you're saying in this accent. You're saying this. All the Africans. You're trying to do the tribalism. Classist thing. That's it. I'm not trying to be.
Not tribalism. Nationalism. Look, can I respond to you? Let me respond to you. I don't know what thing about originally. Hold on, God of mercy. Look, I don't know what going exactly. You just called me in. Luke called me in. Even if your pronunciation of the Yoruba language is not great, at least you're attempting. I'm not going to shame you for that. Like, you know some words, you understand some stuff. So I'm not going to shame you, bro. You're Nigerian. That's it. If you go to another country, I speak German, I speak French. My German is not the most cleanest German. I can pronounce words very easily. I don't know if that's the conversation. Well, that's her opinion, but why are you fighting for that? I'm just saying that like if you're going to pronounce particular words, I feel like shitting you for it. Well, at least you can make an attempt. So I give you props for that. Just learn more. Watch more Nigerian movies. Try and practice, and be fine. That's it.
I
just want to make an observation and get out the way real quick.
Yeah, sure.
Right. You said what you said to him. Now, Luke, did you think that your accent in Yoruba was good before Sugar Belly made this happen? No. Okay. Are you practicing? Are you trying to learn?
So the way I practice usually when I live my life, as I've made some examples of, I've lived in countries.
Wait, hang on. Sorry, excuse me, because like you were saying all this stuff about me, and I'm just like I don't want to get into like another whatever.
Sugar Belly. I'm literally just gonna.
So my observation is this: Sugar Belly made a comment about, and if it's true or not. Right? She made a comment about how she feels about how he sounded. Right? It's an observation. I don't think that we gotta fucking hone in on it as much as we are.
No. It's not.
Right? I feel like you felt offended.
I don't think you should be offended. That's all.
Get offended.
Okay. So as the person, wait, hang on, because as the person who
Let me
made the
respond to that, and I'm
comments.
going to give you the mic. I swear to you.
Yeah, I won't respond.
I'm 100% not offended. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to make the distinguishing factor between of the point that was that she brought up before about I'm not trying to be mean, classist, so and so. But then you did an exactly same attitude towards. You proceeded to be mean, classist, so and so when you was
hold on. He was wrong. He went to still.
Hold on. I said I was wrong before, but then you proceeded to do that, and then after that, you then went and started talking about, don't talk Nigeria, don't talk Yoruba no more, blah blah blah. Now I'm done.
Okay, so as the person made the comments, like I actually think that you're turning a hill into a mountain, but I also feel like the attitude of like, oh, you know, why do I have to get the accent right, or why do I have to get the pronunciation right? Besides that, by the way, I never mentioned your accent.
I never said why once.
I said the attitude of like, can you not do this thing? Like, try to comprehend the entire sentence, please. The attitude of like, oh, Jesus was speaking Greek. Oh, when I go to Greece, nobody criticizes my Greek, or blah blah, that kind of thing. Can I finish, please? Like, I think that that's a very Nigerian attitude. So if you think that I'm trying to snatch your Nigerian card, don't worry, you're not in any danger, because that attitude of like, oh, this thing is mediocre, but it's perfectly fine, is a very Nigerian attitude.
No, it's not. Nigerians are the most perfectionist, top level cyber criminals.
Please? Like, I actually live there, so this is not like your Jingle Bells fantasy of Nigeria. If you're going to speak a language or like learn something or learn a skill, it is worth it for its own reward to actually aim to get it right. So I've never understood this business of like, you know, oh, it's like half-baked, but like it's okay. And I don't like why people act offended about that. Like, we learn to speak English, and when we're in school, you know, the amount of teaching that to get us to learn English is to get us to master English, right? Nobody ever tells, you know, oh, why can't we just speak broken English? And after all, people can kind of understand us. It's okay like that. So I just don't understand like why people don't want to have a level of like mental standards for African languages. I don't get it. Secondly, you were saying that. You were saying, hang on, you were saying that like, oh, it doesn't matter, whatever. Why are you interrupting?
I'm speaking Greek, so let me hear you.
Okay, but can you? Why? So again, I'm sorry, but like,
you want to speak Spanish with me as well?
Excuse me. So Luke, this is nonsensical. Like what you're doing, Luke, is completely nonsensical. I didn't put any expectation on you. Can I finish a sentence?
Open up my phone and I'll speak. Put my voice and it's going to make a full sentence.
Look. Okay, so you know what? I wasn't going to say this before, but I actually have to say it. And I'm not saying it based purely language like comments. I'm saying it based off this and the Chad thing, Ansad Musa thing, and all of that stuff. Luke, you have a chip on your shoulder. For some reason, you're not able to accept when you're like wrong about something, or you feel like, I don't know if it's like you feel insecure about saying, oh, actually just, you know,
Sugar Belly is gaslighting. Why are you gaslighting?
I have a chip on my shoulder.
No, it's you do. So Luke, you do have a chip
right
on your
now. I could put a screenshot of
Luke, can I finish my sentence, please? Like when you're on a didn't
my bank balance and my portfolio, I have no chip on my shoulder.
You're proving the chip on your shoulder. You're proving you have a chip on your shoulder.
That's the guy.
If you want to post your bank balance, if you want to post your bank balance because I said like you mispronounced the word,
I have a chip on my shoulder.
you have a chip on your shoulder.
That's the gaslighting, Sugar Belly.
No, let me finish, please. Excuse me, Luke. All I said was that you mispronounced a word, right? And you want to post your bank balance and show me all your millions. You're proving you have a chip on your shoulder and you're insecure. You're proving it.
This is the easiest thing that females go to that have no logical argument. They say that you're insecure about anything that a man tries to do. Your man's playing you're insecure.
Why do I need to see your bank account because you mispronounce a word?
You don't actually say that to everyone.
Why do I need to see your bank account? Because I said you mispronounced a word. Like, what's the connection? What is the connection between your bank account and mispronouncing a word?
That wasn't the connection, though. That wasn't the connection.
Hey, mira. So let me tell you this. the biggest chip on my shoulder I had in my life when I grew up in Deptford in poverty, sharing bed.
What has this got to do with you mispronouncing a word?
Listen, the biggest chip on my shoulder I had in my life was poverty. My biggest chip on my shoulder was being poor.
I can tell. I can tell.
So now, when you say I have a chip on my shoulder, when I say I've overcame that, I'm saying, okay, let me show you the proof of me overcoming that. Anything that you're saying is intellectual. I say, hey, I'm not an intellectual.
I never
went to university. I'm not a professor of Yoruba. I know it's a tonal language. I cannot speak it well. So you can't get a one up on me with this.
I'm not trying to one up you. And this is exactly why I said you have a chip on your shoulder. I have to be poor. I can tell. It's written all over you.
Only tonight. Only you talking.
Okay.
All I said.
Wow, sugar belly. Now, wow.
Please, I'm only like shut the fuck up.
Sugar belly cut, bro.
Like, no, I mean, like, what? This is crazy, right? Because honestly, yes, did you mispronounce the word? Yes,
belly. Only you will be talking from morning to night. Only
when
you
other
will be
people are
talking.
talking, you didn't hear them talking. Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut up.
Please
you
give us peace now.
If you don't want to hear me talk, leave the fucking room.
Jared, give us peace, Jared, please.
No, leave the room. Shut the fuck up.
Jackie.
I was talking to Zaman. I was talking to Luke. So as I was saying, Luke, like this, you blew this completely out of proportion, right? Yeah, did you mispronounce the word? Yeah, sure, no problem. Yes, I said you mispronounced the word.
Only but you will be talking from morning to night.
It's wild how you don't like how you've gone from you mispronouncing the word, telling me all your life story, how you reached poverty, how you're gonna show me your bank account.
Mispronouncing a word.
Like what has that got to do with anything?
I'm insecure.
But you are insecure.
All right, I'm insecure. Yeah, right. Okay, well.
As much as I would like to
I still want to talk about
can we talk about how the Republican Party is homosexual
everybody, I want everybody to observe this. I did not personally attack her. I never said one thing about her.
Y'all ain't taking it wrong, bro. Y'all are flirting and shit, bro. Ain't trying to do that. Well, let's thing. Let's talk about the league. The Republican kids that like how do this shit. Let's talk about that. There's a back channel for a reason.
I mean, you really need to think about like how you blew this thing out of proportion.
I don't care, man.
Let me speak about what are you talking about? The Republican kids or the
young Republican shit.
What is it? What is it about?
I think I don't know. Maybe the Americans can expand shit, but there was like a group of young Republicans.
It was a young Republican group, like I guess to say a Republican advocacy group called the Young Republicans, and they were. Pretty much the people in the group chat were saying a bunch of crazy shit about raping women, gas chambers, all types of just racist, crazy, like Edward type shit.
PTR me. Those are the text messages. About gas chambers, talking about black women.
What are they talking
about? Crazy shit. But he gets on stage and he's questioned about it.
I see.
Everyone, he basically says everyone who's like complaining about it is like pearl clutching, and it's just a bunch of kids saying like edgy jokes, pretty much. And they're not kids; they're all adults, for the record. But
talk. Only you talking. How you shut the fuck
What are you doing? Sugar Belly is not being centered. You actually need to listen to her all the time, and you cannot. What do you think you are doing? What do you think you are doing?
Shut up.
Controlling the conversation.
Only you talking. We're trying to hear your voice, Louis. Be quiet.
It cannot happen.
We are tired
of hearing your
voice.
The conversation.
We're tired of hearing your voice, Louis.
Is this real?
We're tired of hearing your voice.
Sometimes I don't want to talk.
We're tired of hearing your voice.
I must
Louis, shut the fuck up.
You are not talking about me. Something that
Shut the fuck up.
At least I know.
I just realized that Sugar Belly is the Nigerian. Sugar Belly is the Nigerian Antifa. All by herself, she's Antifa. Nigerian edition. Oh, thank you.
If I don't like what you
No, thank you, ma'am. I'll leave that up to you.
Like for the LGBTQ, why would you deny that offer? I'm confused.
Two S. Okay, with cranberry. Are those text messages real? Like, what were they? Who were they talking to?
They were talking. They were shit posting between each other, and the conversation got.
They were shit posting.
They didn't threaten anybody. They didn't. It's just ridiculous. You're gonna tell me the direct quote, and I have to interpret it for you.
No, shit posting means that they put it.
They were shit posting. It was mean. Stop it.
A conversation between people that you can trust. Shit posting means putting something in public that is, just a throwaway line, just a shit post.
You can.
They were having a conversation talking about Nazis and gas chambers.
I like how their fellow captain was defending.
One guy identifies as a member of
bunch of racist shit out there.
Yeah, this is weird, bro. I mean, you can't.
Normal people don't gas chambers.
Michael, why is Randy?
I don't see nothing wrong with that. Talking about gas chambers.
Nah, you can't fucking. Look, to me, I feel like the way people joke.
The bigger story is J.D. Vance defending bullshit.
What did he say?
He pretty much said he's saying that anyone's upset about this. There's been bipartisan pushback too, but he's saying anyone who's upset is pretty much they're pro-clutching, fucking snowflake libbies type shit.
What's a pro-clutch?
Pro-clutching is just like
you're being too
too uptight type shit.
Can I ask a question?
I mean, does it offend me? Does it offend me? No.
Can I ask one question?
I shut this off.
No, it's not about does it offend you, Mike. Do you think that's something the vice president should get on stage, on a platform, on a podium, and defend in any capacity?
I would say
Can I ask one question? What platform was it? Were these messages sent? Okay, so now that makes it even worse, actually, right? And people, because I didn't know about this happening, but now let's get to how did it leak? Was this meant to be end-to-end?
Well, why are they just saying this random Sabiner and Spick? Yeah, why would you say that?
They're not just saying it. It's had 28,000 posts over how many years, and then the news organization, it got leaked, and they combed through 28,000 messages to find the 20 worst egregious ones. It's comical.
Why are you representing beaners and specks in a professional setting?
Yeah, but
these are not friends. These are colleagues.
Wait. Can we get to the bigger issue here? What was the organization? What's the bigger issue? What was it? Yeah, okay. What was the organization?
Republican saying.
Wait, I don't get what is what the girls saying. The biggest what the girls saying. Bring that side out. What does that mean?
Yo, basically. I'm ready to watch. He won't burn. Oh, that's pretty bad. Everyone. Yo, shut up, bro. America. She just did it. Yo, listen, I'm about to
these people, they don't like Jewish people.
First they don't.
Oh my God. No, it doesn't seem like their favorite, Mike.
Hey, look at this guy. Trump's too busy burning the Epstein files.
Can I play JD Vance response?
Yeah, play JD Vance response.
Yeah, well, hold on.
Okay. You don't think that
Michael Cranberry real quick.
Especially young boys, they tell edgy, offensive jokes. That's what kids do. And I really don't want us to grow up in a country where a kid telling a stupid joke, telling a very offensive, stupid joke, is cause to ruin their lives.
That's what kids do. Vice President J.D. Vance earlier today commenting again on a political story involving members of young Republican organizations and thousands of leaked messages where they're seen exchanging hate, racist, and homophobic texts. The vice president choosing there not to condemn the messages, instead dismissing it as, quote, what kids do, and that, quote, kids do stupid things, especially young boys. The organization in question is for Republicans between the ages of 18 and 40. Kids.
They call that young.
Anyway, according to Politico, the Telegram group chats involve Republican operatives, and in at least one case, an elected official. Inside those messages, one referred to Black people as, quote, monkeys, and, quote, watermelon people. One talked about sending political
watermelon people is funny.
Another called rape, quote, epic. Prominent Republicans like Congresswoman Elise Stefanik were quick to condemn the messages. The young Republicans denounced the text as vile and inexcusable. Politico reports that at least one person lost their job, while another had a job offer rescinded. At least two of the people involved have apologized. My panel is back. The Arena text chain is also with us. Tulu, I want to sort of start with you on the big picture. You spent a lot of time thinking and writing about how race and politics intersect here, and the coarsening of the discourse that is seen on display in these texts is really, well, how do you interpret the reality that these groups, these groups of people felt like this was an appropriate thing to do?
Well, it's shocking to see this in public. You have to imagine that this does happen from time to time.
The person speaking is Tolu. He's a staff writer for The Atlantic.
I don't think we need to hear him speak.
I hate how white people say
If you let me know, I'm not going to stop it here, but I'll just say
stop it here. I have two things that I want to say. The first thing is 40 is not young. And the second thing is I do think people are blowing this out of proportion. Right. Now, there's one thing.
Here comes Eric with that edgy tape.
Hold on. This is my opinion. There's one thing in there that I do believe is kind of weird and should never be joked about, and that's rape. Now, everything else about like watermelon people, Black people being monkeys, beaners, gas chambers, and spics, bro, that's nothing. You should hear what people say. Even in this fucking room, you guys make fucking Jewish jokes, homophobic jokes, transphobic jokes. Like, imagine if I posted that online, a recording that, y'all would get the same treatment.
I was told that my dad raped me as a child in this room. You guys are telling me.
So I'm saying is right. This is just like a normal occurrence, like between groups of people, close groups of people. Like, to say that people never in their lives make edgy jokes is fucking outrageous. Now I do say that the rape thing is like kind of weird, and they should be like ostracized for that. But like the fucking gas chambers and watermelon people, bro, that's funny, bro.
Watermelon people is objectively funny.
This is a professional setting trying to get people to vote for their candidates.
It wasn't professional.
It's just dumb.
It was not a professional group chat.
It's an organization.
No, they were part of the organization. That wasn't an official fucking organization.
Let me ask you this. Wait. Were they texting? Hold on. Were these personal text messages, or was the platform that they were messaging on a professional setting?
It was personal group chat.
Did anyone in the group chat not work?
It was like it would be like if Chilton Discord, we all got caught saying crazy shit.
So let's say, for example, whoever was just
you can run for office, dog.
Whoever was just speaking,
Oh yeah, Chillism Discord. No one in Chillism's running for office.
Whoever was just speaking and whoever was just speaking just now.
Actually, Mr. Finley could.
Okay, if everybody sends a message and they say something racist, they say something to the government.
Person.
He's always buttoned up, but he does that intentionally because
you are trying to
want to get caught out there.
With that group. It's about freedom of speech. It's about not hacking.
I mean, yeah, but if out of everybody, he's probably the best behaved.
Okay, so does everybody think is okay?
Right, because he's being professional, even in this actual
Michael was trying to paint the picture that they work for like Microsoft or something.
So does that mean okay because you work for
the Republican Party?
Yeah, that's not the same. I can work at the White House, right? And I can have a personal group chat outside of my work, and I can say all types of things. That doesn't like.
That's true, Eric. Look, I agree with what Eric's saying, but it's just when this is exposed, it's hard.
As soon as Mike Finley gets on
it's just not smart.
You can't unsee it. Like, so when these guys, they want to, like, if these guys were to go speak or represent something or try to say anything somewhat fucking in reference to morality or anything like that, how do you take them that seriously?
Well, I mean, morality is subjective.
How do you take?
I agree, it is, and so like if I hear people speak, but I just can't look at these people like. I don't know if I don't even know who these are. I don't even fucking understand what they even really do. But like, I just know one thing: they didn't want this to get fucking released. You know what I mean? They didn't want it to get released.
How do you take seriously?
And so like,
how do you take seriously?
And so it's just ignoring it. It doesn't matter.
How do you take seriously any piece of information?
So the idea of like seeing this and then seeing some of the stuff on there is like after that, I just don't see them as the same. Like even if they say it's a joke, it's kind of like. I know what kind of content floats in your mind now, and it's like, okay.
Exactly.
Right, it undermines whatever they say in the future.
It does have that effect. Now, in the sense of it should have ruined their life, I mean, fucking. That's going to be up to them. You know what? How about this? That's not up to anybody but the people that they subscribe to or they try to get a job with, whatever, because everybody has a right to respond to what they say.
Let me ask you something.
That's their fault.
Yeah. If someone was making pedo jokes in those bad channels, would you feel like they should be exposed?
I feel like if it's not
I'm not saying they're spreading kitty porn or anything. They're just making jokes about pedophilia.
Eric already put the disclaimer. Like he set the boundary. Rape, I don't fuck with, but everything else is whatever. So like, I would categorize in that.
The individuals who are willing to make jokes and be crass and speak crassly about raping women. Do you think these are people that ought to be protected?
A few weeks ago,
because say what you want to say. Wait, Eric. Say what you want to say about this space. Wait, really quick.
Say what you want to say. Room was joking about dropping us up a few weeks.
Shut up. Yo,
everybody in this room dropped us.
Bro, take a breather. Say what you want to say.
Does that mean it's okay for everybody's identity?
Say what you want to say. Let's have to relax. Please.
Let Louis finish, please.
Come on, bro. Please. Say what you want to say about this room, Eric, and the type of shit we joke about. We don't use rape flippantly. We don't fuck with that shit. Right? People get called out if anything like that is mentioned. That's called out. So like the type of group that's comfortable with that type of rhetoric or even jokes to kind of fly around. I'm not. I don't think that's worth defense.
I said that. I think that they should be ostracized for joking about rape. But everything else, bro, like when somebody brings up, they should be punished or horrible, and they use like fucking because they say gas chambers or watermelon people. Get the fuck out of here, bro. I don't care about that.
You know what's funny about this thing is like I see this room. I feel like most people in this room have said some egregious things, and I'm like, I know deep down you guys can't speak like this in real life, and you're like you're in your office, because I listen more than I will speak in this room. Like I've heard the N word, I've heard like rape, I've heard kill, I've heard slut, I've heard disease.
You've never heard rape, man.
No, let me finish. I won't cut you off. I listen more than I speak in this room, to be very transparent. So, I just said this group chat, people make fucked up jokes. People are making fucked up jokes right now. But when you're in a particular setting and you mention these jokes and you have the potential to be someone of power one day and you keep having this mindset, people are going to question your morality as to how you actually see things personally, because some of the jokes you may not see as a problem, but other organizations and people want to partner with me see you as not someone they want to fuck with, actually represent them. So,
Yeah, you have that freedom of speech. You guys see horrendous things all the time, no problem. But you can't blame the society and public for reacting the way they do when they don't want to be affiliated with that kind of thought process from the get-go. They don't want that. Not saying that people cannot also be hypocrites, but at the same time, people just don't want that around them. They don't want that kind of mentality. They don't want someone that is saying, oh, like these niggers are doing this kind of thing, and he's responsible for collaborating with the black community. It just doesn't compare. It doesn't make sense. So to like my point here, it's like it gets kind of very fucked up when, for example, if someone makes a joke about, like, I don't know, someone said about kids, right? And the person's like a principal in the school. Like, bro, that's kind of fucked up too. I guess that's a very weird comparison. But in summation, when this kind of leaked out, people are going to question you, and you cannot judge them for questioning your stuff and saying what kind of leadership or roles should be holding, like in society. Like very, very sensitive decision-making things as well. You have this kind of thought process in the back end. Sorry, you can't blame them. So I know most people here don't want to get what they've said here on Chilism because most of you don't have your pictures up. You don't want to actually be doxed or whatever. You don't feel confident that, oh, I see a nigga on Clubhouse. If he gets it, I'm fine because I'm just joking behind the scenes. Sorry, it doesn't you guys will play that here, but I'll land there for now. I just thought it was a very interesting topic.
And you know what? I'll say one last thing. If anything, this is a plus because this is a torpedo to his presidential campaign next year. Like, just imagine the clips of him fucking using this bullshit. So, if anything good, it's good. It lays, which is relaying the political.
I never thought he was going to be president.
Me neither. But still, this is just more ammo against him. Perfect.
Yeah,
let him dig his hole. He's done this a couple times before, like needlessly defended bullshit, and I'm just like, why, dog? I have a presidential race to consider.
If I was in that group chat, I would have doubled down, bro. I'd be like, I said it, and what? I'll say it again.
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, unfortunately,
it's going to ruin your credibility with something.
Honestly, I don't know if it does.
If you double down on the rape joke,
you're ruined no matter what, though. You're ruined no matter what, though.
The rape stuff is the only thing, but isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? It's not crazy you can make the the bots racial jokes, but like only the rape stuff is what's like people can like zone in.
Was it you? Was it the Bible?
No, I think a lot of people are being hypocrites.
Where's that root?
I think collectively, the majority of society, like 99% of society, think that joking about raping women is like kind of off limits. But everything else is very good.
Even if you double down on the beaner jokes, it's just strategically not smart.
A couple weeks ago, everybody
because you can say something racist and you still have a career.
Everybody in this room.
Yeah, but a certain amount of people.
Racism within certain bounds. You have to leave room for a certain amount of plausible deniability.
But if Eric was like, you know what? Yeah, I did say it. I was fucking around and blah blah. It was a joke.
Right.
And so what? You know what's funny is that like that seems to be more effective in the sense of like dealing with less repercussions. And I'm sorry. Like I didn't, like when you start apologizing and whatever, it's kind of like
that's when you lose.
An apology and it's saying if it's like, hey, I'm sorry, it was a joke. It was like, hey, I'm sorry, it was a joke because you know what? Most everybody that's reading it and having an opinion has probably said something in a humorous way that is like something that's either prejudiced or like racial or something, right?
I mean,
so
like,
wait,
Mike, let me ask you a question.
So if it's like, if you're like, if it's like, you know what, I was just fucking around.
If Christian makes jokes about gas chambers, they usually don't get over it.
That's a weird thing. That's a weird thing.
I'll go after Michael. It's fine.
Look, I tend to believe that people's sense of humor says something about them. But like some people are just naturally like that. They see the world the way they do and they express it that way. And if you come out and you're just saying, look, I was in a private conversation, I was fucking around, it was just a joke, whatever, blah, blah, blah. It's like, fuck it, whatever. It wasn't meant to offend anybody. It was just me fucking around with whatever. I think that people are still going to see you in that way, but it's kind of like, it's hard to really like, I don't know. It's just, you can't, anybody that wants to fucking throw a stone at you better have a clean resume. And I don't really know if anyone really does.
Well, Mike, sorry, can I go? See, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, I just feel like, but at the same time, in that same energy, so a company can say, yeah, we know you have your personal vibe and your personal plans, but you know what, our company doesn't fuck with that, so yeah, please, you're fired. We don't, like, of course, kind of like,
true. No, that's like
it probably impacts our policies. We're kind of an organization that doesn't like to have that kind of imagery or the kind of like wording in our professional space. So please go find and go find a different organization that can actually accommodate that. For example, there's a girl. What's that girl's name? Lily Gaddis. That was like got fired for saying nigga, and her boss is also a black person. She was on what's the guy?
Is it Canadian? Is she Canadian or something?
I think so. I can't remember.
Like a late night, like Indian.
No. She's American. She's American. White girl, like already looking girl. Her name is Lady Gaga. She said the N word. She had this kind of traditional housewife outfit.
Gaga?
Like, no, not Gaga. Lily Gaddis. Lily Gaddis.
I don't know.
You guys never heard about that story? She went on Piers Morgan.
What's the story?
So basically, this girl named Lily Gaddis. And she went on the social media platform and she was just cooking and like making eggs or some kind of weird spice. And she was like, doesn't know why black girls or people, some of her friends, like some of her friends are dating broke ass niggas. Hold on.
Yeah, I remember that. Can I ask Eric a question real quick?
Like, hold on. So like the internet got up of it. They were like, oh, then they found that she works for a lady that runs a black organization, or her boss is black. They found out, they fired her. What's that guy on YouTube? Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan. He invited her over and said, "Are you a racist?" They're like, "Nah, I've used the N-word." No. Are you a racist? Like, yeah, I'm a racist. She like said the whole word. I'm like, oh shit, Mike. So Mike, what you're saying? She said it, but she got fired. But she got popularity. Maybe most people from the right.
Wait, did she say she was just kidding when she said she was racist?
She wasn't. She said it.
Yeah, she didn't apologize. She said she was racist.
You know what? Actually, come to think about it, that lady at the park, remember that talked shit to that kid?
Yes.
Yeah, see, the thing is, you could do an analysis where in the moment, like let's say month one of incident, you get this spike in popularity. What about like the next 5 years? What happens then? That's the best way to analyze if this type of approach has like long-lasting sustainability in terms of like your popularity and your place in society. Now, to Eric, do you like playing life on maximum difficulty, or do you like changing the difficulty along the way from moderate to max difficulty? I'm just curious because it seems like a pattern.
I change it every day.
Let me find that video.
Turn it up, right? It was crazy.
I just believe in certain things and that other people don't, bro. So I
hold on. Let me find it. But I just feel like doubling down nowadays, at first, you're gonna get popularity, but be prepared. Like the side that supports you are gonna be a side that may even have more passion about what you said. Even to get out of a joke or out of context, you may find actual racist people that want to say, "Hey, by the way, we love what you said, sister. You know, come join the brotherhood. 9:30 p.m. I don't know, like at Chuck E. Cheese or some shit. I don't know where you guys meet. I don't know where they meet, but like."
So look how many people are like accepting, like friends with that guy Pepe on this app. That fool says some horrible ass shit, and no one gives a fuck.
Who, Nick Fuentes?
He gets canceled all the time. He has can't keep an account. He has no platform. Every financial institution drops him as a client. Like he's like
Pepe? We had like 3 or 4 different conversations going. I still don't think it was okay for Nick Fuentes to get debanked. That's some serious shit.
Go somewhere else, nigga. You fucking with. You know what you don't understand, Monica, is that a prominent member. Let me say this real quick.
Was on the no-fly list.
Let me say this.
No-fly list.
You can go next. Can I go? Yeah, control yourself, white woman. Anyway, so it's easily understandable with like stock market
being influenced by perception, public perception. If you have a company and they find, or bank or anybody, they're publicly traded, you find out that you're associated with Nick Fuentes, and them fucking fans decide to start boycotting your bitch ass, you are gonna lose money. Thank you, Evelyn.
Go ahead, Monica.
Got after Monica.
I'll go after, I think Eric, Ron. All right.
I don't believe Nick Fuentes ever called for violence. I don't believe he ever organized or harmed anybody. He was mildly annoying and invasive, following Ben Shapiro on the street. Debate me, bro. Debate me. Why won't you debate me? Like, we have to make sure that we're actually treating people who act like criminals as criminals, and the people who are just abrasive and obnoxious, like Concrete. Like, he didn't break any laws. He didn't hurt any people. He shouldn't be debanked for ideas.
He was incarcerated?
No, she said debanked.
He was treated like a criminal.
All right.
Yeah, that's the beauty of a capitalist society, Monica. There's a bunch of other banks and other institutions that are willing to hold your money. Like, if someone says they can't. But I think Graham actually want to go.
It was my turn. What I wanted to say is that I'm a firm believer in you reap what you sow, right? So why I do believe people should be able to say what they want to say. When you say it, whatever happens, happens. So if people decide that they don't want to do business with you or they don't want to be friends with you, that comes with the territory, bro. Like, you can't just have 1 foot in, 1 foot out, and then you cry about it when somebody said, no, I don't want to be associated with you, right? But we live in this great country where, hey, if one thing decides to get rid of them, I'm pretty sure there's 10 others that will do business with them, right? Because not all things are aligned with
capitalism, baby. I just want to say this real quick. If your shit is really, my bad. I'm so sorry. Okay, thanks. Actually, I won't be long. So, Mike, this is what the whole Lady Gaddis situation. Just 30 seconds.
I mean, would you use the N word out of interest?
Yes.
You would?
I do, quite frequently.
You use the N word quite frequently. Well, why? Other than the fact you're a despicable racist. Are you?
Some would say I am. I guess according to the ADL, I'm a white supremacist. I'm a neo-Nazi.
But if you use the N word repeatedly, you are a racist, then, are you?
Remember, I'll embrace that. If that means forwarding, helping white people achieve freedom of speech, real freedom of speech.
Okay, so that's what she said. And yeah, she doubled down. And if you're going to say something that of course, report you. So if you're going to say something that is quite egregious to the history behind it as well, what happened, saying nigger, saying gas chambers, you know exactly in which direction that you're going to, right? And if particular people don't want to fuck with that kind of rhetoric, they're going to bounce back, and you can't blame them for bouncing back. So you know what? Nah, we don't want to be part of this whole situation. And you can't, if you say, oh, this person shouldn't be debanked, debunked, defunded, frauded, whatever the terminology is, then let them go find people in that particular stratosphere that supports that kind of mindset to fund them or basically help them out as well. But you can't blame people for not saying, you know what, I don't want to mess with that, because there was even a video that I heard about, I think Charlie Kirk's producer not wanting to not wanting to what's the term, reject Nazi what's propaganda or Nazi communism, whatever. They don't want a panel, right? And they asked, yo, do you reject Nazi propaganda, whatever that? And he was like, oh yeah, we can discuss about that. And he asked everyone else in the panel, do you guys also debunk this, or everyone said yes, but except him. So that weird pushback when something so fucked up needs to be rejected from people, mostly people from the right, maybe from the left as well. I don't know. You guys are confusing me at this point. It kind of makes me.
The right is confusing you, and they're trying to make you confused. Don't.
No. Well, don't let me use the word confused. It kind of surprises me that this should just be a straightforward response. We all know that 6 million people dying is a very.
No, that's not straightforward, bro.
No, hold on. Wait, to me,
it's only not straightforward recently.
Okay, wait, Louis. Let me ask you a question. Do you condemn what the Jews did, what Hitler did to the Jews?
Absolutely, unequivocally, yes.
Good. Now, if they ask someone else that question and says, "Hey, Brian, I ain't gonna call anyone else's name yet. Do you condemn what the Jews did, Brian?" You say, "Well, that well alone is like
because it's more nuanced instead of being black and white. But a lot of people are brainwashed into believing that it's black and white, and they're afraid of saying what they want to say. No, it's not. But a lot of people are afraid to speak up because what Monica mentioned, they don't have the heart or backbone to suffer the consequences of what they said. Now, somebody like me, if somebody asks me that question, I'll straight up and tell you. I'll tell you, no, I don't condemn it. And I would say some more things, but I don't want to say it because I don't want to get my account back. But yeah, just simple as that.
When we're talking about a regime,
you don't want to say it because to get your account back. So what happened with reaping what you sow?
Yeah, I said if you say it, yeah, you reap what you sow. I wouldn't cry about it, but I'm
not saying you cry.
I know the risk. That's why I'm not going to say it.
Okay. Anyways, I just part through it, but I don't know. I just find it very funny. Yeah. But
you've been brainwashed, bro.
I'm not brainwashed.
CIA,
it's not brainwashed. You're just being an edgelord.
All those kind of like traps or words, they don't work. I promise you, they don't work on me. I promise they don't. I've read, I've learned, I've lived. I pray about things.
So let me ask you that: if it hasn't worked, what was wrong with killing the 6 million people?
It wasn't 6 million people. It was 11 million people.
I don't know why
6 million Jews.
How many ever was?
Hitler was trying to have power to himself.
Wait. It was 6 million Jews, but it was 11 million people.
Eradicate the Jews because they're about 3 million people.
Wait, Eric, you know there were 5. Wait. You know there were 5 million people separated into different demographic groups that were also talking about
that could be the case. That could be the case.
That is the case. Forget the Jews. If you want to, because I don't think they're like anti. I don't even want to say anti-Semite, but they're like, oh, like whatever, whatever about the Jews, whatever. Remove the Jews. There are 5 million people. If you just remove the Jews, 5 million people systematically killed.
The Jews, and guess what? I still hold the same stance.
Yes, it doesn't really matter. I don't think that's a stance that
I'm actually I'm never going to have that conversation.
Since the programming didn't work, why is it a bad thing?
Why is it a bad thing to systematically kill the people that we think are deplorable?
Cranberry, why is it wrong?
Why is it wrong that Hitler killed
no man is judge, jury, and executioner?
I'm not going to answer that question, my brother. I'm telling you, because Hitler was a scumbag.
You don't want to answer that.
You believe that Jews were terrible. Jews were the I'm asking, hold on. Jews, hold on.
You're so afraid to answer that question when I'm actually telling you to defend those people.
Okay, this is actually very exhaustive, bro. I actually don't know how you guys do it, but Hitler hated Jews. He had people under him that were saying that they wanted Germany to be the ultimate power of Germany at that point. People were like, what the fuck is this guy? I'm just using common sense. I'm going to go towards the whole history. Gas chambers, killed people, kidnapped people, embezzled people. That kind of act, if everyone else around him is saying what this dude is doing is terrible and should be stopped, then many people also share that same rhetoric. People are not
talking about many people.
Hold on. I'm not going to put this in the conversation because hold on.
You keep talking about how everybody else.
I condemn anyone being killed, number one. Even if it's being killed for the part of the because someone is saying that the fact that I condemn the Jews being killed, I condemn Christians Nigerians being killed currently, I condemn people being killed in Gaza. So it's all these things. If people have this kind of mentality of like someone is doing something very terrible and it was the cause of the death of millions of people, I'm immediately going to condemn that. You're going to ask me a very common question, why do you think you can? Why did that, bro? Bro, it's common sense.
It's not common sense.
It's a terrible person. End it there. I'm not going to talk about this for 6 hours with you. I don't do that here.
Yeah, because you're wrong. You've been brainwashed. Because the only thing you've said so far is that other people have seen it like this, right? So since other people have seen it like this, I have to see it like this. and you've convinced yourself that every time
I personally ignore that.
I'll let you finish. Now you've convinced yourself every time you have this conversation that it's common sense and everybody should have the same status quo answer. But this reality, bro, the victors write history, right? Not the people who are defeated.
No,
right? And there's going to come a time, right, where your quote unquote status quo or common sense is not going to be the common sense anymore, and we already see it happening, right? Because you have been brainwashed into this system. I went on what you were saying. Yeah, can everybody hear me clearly?
No, you're in the Matrix.
I'm in the Matrix. Okay, so anyway, let me try to correct that. But anyway, the victors write history. That's a fact. That's why it's called history. That's not why that. No, that's not. Okay, do you not study epistemology?
Low, bro.
That's not what his. No, bro, you're wrong about that. Do you not study epistemology? How many languages do you speak? Speak 3. Or what about?
Wait, hold on, Eric. What are you saying is not the case? I think we got a challenge. What are you saying is not the case?
History. It is history because it means his story.
Wait, what you say, Eric?
He said history is named history because it's his story.
Okay, and you're saying that's not the case?
Yes, it's not.
All right, so let's see if he's right.
Okay, so this one concrete is not. I can see people putting a laughing emojis, but it makes sense. So English is you're right because it makes sense. No, I'm beginning now. I don't want to take too long. So English is obviously derived from Latin, Germanic languages, Greek also, and the different languages that it derived from. If you break down most words, even the words I'm speaking as I'm making the sentence and this argument, there's a root word to it. It's called epistemology. As you know, you're the intellectual, not me. And I don't think it's a coincidence that history spells out history if you break it down. That's all I have to say. And you could just Google it. I haven't Googled it myself, but so you're just saying as you pulled this out of your ass. That's what you're saying. No, I'm not saying that.
No, I'm looking it up now. There's something there. There's wait. Like Congressman Brett. I'm still researching.
Because I don't know what the fuck he said.
All right. Listen, with the intellectual thing and all of that stuff, make sure you're not going to be disrespectful to me. All right? Make sure. But if you are going to Google and research it, I haven't done it. I'm doing it spontaneously. I don't have a laptop in front of me. And anybody else notice he tried to bring rank and say, how many languages did you speak? Yeah, the reason why I'm saying that is because it
all right, I got it. I got it. It is actually, here, I got it. The word AI overview, the word history, comes from the ancient Greek word historia, meaning inquiry, knowledge acquired by investigation or account of one's inquiries. So I just take it an account of one's inquiries could be his story. There you go.
Another thing with Greek is that if you have a he said that etymology was his story. Right, so they named
his story.
No, he didn't, Derek. He said the epistemology is the word.
He meant etymology.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, but you're still wrong, bro. Because he just said it's one story. No, epistemology. I said before, I made my point. You're wrong, bro. No matter the way you slice it, you're wrong. I'm not trying to slice it to be right. I think concrete just helped me solidify it. You didn't. Bro. He stretched the fucking AI prompt, the response to try to give you a win, bro. How could he stretch it if it took him like 3 seconds? Because your claim was that the reason why history is spelled that way, right? It's because it came from his story, right? Yeah. And they just combined the 2 words. And that's we obviously see that's not true because...
Wait, is that what he really meant?
Prefix. No.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I didn't get that.
No.
Yeah.
Word his story. This is the lost thing.
He's right. I'm gonna wait till the excitement died down.
No, he's just researching.
No, I already said it. Go ahead.
Let me say my thing and then I'm gonna mute up. I'm not gonna. I'm high as fuck, so that's why I'm talking a lot more nowadays, right now. All right, cool. So I came in on the end of somebody saying that history is written by the victors, right? So that being said, if it's written by the victors, I said in ancient times it's his. So historia in Greek, when you say historia, it means man. Just that's an ancient Greek to modern day Greek has not been dissected, and there's not been a correct correlation between the two. By the way, that's a fact. So if you grow up in Greece and you go to school there and you learn ancient Greek, people don't know exactly what it meant. There's different characters and there's a different way of phrasing everything that doesn't quite make sense. It's just in the record. But let me just put that aside for a moment. Historia means, I'm going to stick by this claim, it means his story. His story. I don't think it's a coincidence. I don't think there's not a coincidence. All right, then I'm wrong. Then I put it into AI. Because I don't want you guys to like fucking. I already put it into AI. His response as well. Yeah, his claim was that the reason his story is spelled his story is because it's his story. The etymology is his story, right? And they just combine the words. I'm like, obviously, no, that's not true.
He didn't say anything about spelling.
So, yes, he did.
No, so
yes, the fuck he did. Come on, now we're gonna gaslight, bro. Hold on. His story goes back to inquiry. If you make it out of here, you have a story, right? Yo, concrete. Don't tell me you finna do this, bro. No, I'm saying
you're blocking the argument now. But go ahead, keep doing it.
I'm not
wait till you're tired.
But anyway, let me just read it because he's wrong anyway. Look. It says the idea that his story means his story is a myth or folk etymology. It sounds logical in modern English, but it has no linguistic basis. His story comes from the ancient Greek word historia, meaning inquiry, knowledge gained by investigation, or records of the past. It has nothing to do with the English words his or story. So what's a record of the past? It's a story, right?
Wait, can I read mine? Because a record. Hold on. This might help you out a little bit, buddy. Hold on.
What is a record?
Hold on. We'll see. Hold on. Look, because this is what I asked. This was my prompt. Hold on, bro.
Sorry.
If someone,
please. I'm gonna show.
Oh my God, dude!
I swear to God. So
everybody else has been helping you. You're not helping yourself.
All right, man.
Okay, look. If someone made the claim that the reason why history is spelled the way it is because it's, quote, his story, is there any truth to this claim or the spirit of the claim? And then it puts
the spirit of the claim, bro. Come on.
Yeah.
Trying to get this man out.
No. But check this out. What you said earlier is what I got to. It's a folk idea, clever sounding reinterpretation of the word the spelling, but linguistically incorrect. And then it goes into the truth thing, and then it says the spirit of the claim, even though it's not etymologically true. The spirit that's saying it's metaphorically insightful. It points out that history is written and framed by people, often men, giving historical power. What we call history is a narrative shaped by perspective bias. So,
it's an inquiry that would usually have.
Yeah, but you're wrong to say that that's why it's spelled.
Okay. I'm half wrong. It's an inquiry that would completely
wrong. That's a full wrong.
Hold on. It's an inquiry that.
That's why we don't say good morning, because morning means morning and slick. I was trolling
because we're breaking our fast.
Exactly. So that's
no. Good morning has nothing to do with the sadness and grieving of mourning.
Countries in Africa. He didn't know where Chad was. He didn't know the history of Liberia. He's made so many mistakes. This isn't a long line of fucking embarrassments. You said a long line of embarrassment. The more you talk, the more you embarrass yourself. So I'm not embarrassing nothing, bro. We're gonna let you continue, and you're eventually gonna say something else incorrect. Trust me. I'm not embarrassing nothing.
He just he just said that mourning means mourning as in sadness, and that's why people say grand rising. You didn't catch that?
Yeah,
that's bad.
Congress gonna defend it though. So
That's
it is a fact.
No, it's not a fact. It's lore. It's appealing lore to make people feel more victimized and oppressed. It's sad. It's pathetic. It's pathetic.
No.
Look, you're high. Can you just sit down somewhere and eat some Cheetos?
Yo, shut
Aren't you hungry? Aren't you hungry? You don't have the munchies yet?
Don't be rude, bro.
Look, bro, you're the one who's dragging down the conversation with your low IQ folklore. It's weak.
I'm talking about folklore because folklore has been a big factor of human history. I'm not saying that I buy by these rules. I'm saying that it's relevant for human history. We're talking about human drunk. Yo, by the way, everybody sounds drunk. I'm not saying it like I live by these rules. I'm saying it as I'm just putting it on the table that this has been something that has been relevant throughout human history for a long time. So I don't think it's something that is fair to ignore the knowledge of our ancestors. The same way that everybody marvels at ancient Egypt and ancient civilizations, we should also marvel at the knowledge that they did put on the table from before that as well. So that's a part of, you can't take the good and then pick out the bad too. You can't pick and choose. I think you have to marvel at everything. That's my point. I'm not saying that I live by it, but I'm saying that it's something that does exist. Do you understand that?
Yo, Louis, you there?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that a group oppressed should be able to use deadly force in order to become unimpressed?
Yes, but it seems the international community has restraints on how that country can go about doing that.
All right, so just a couple of examples. Slaves who rebelled during time of chattel slavery in the U.S. Were they correct in killing those white people?
We could say yes. However, we could argue about the morality of killing women and children who aren't necessarily complicit, especially children.
All right.
But largely,
what about the people in Gaza who killed the Israelis? We have to make the same argument.
Same answer.
Defend themselves. Same answer.
Yeah.
All right. What about the Russians that was fighting the Germans in World War II?
Probably same answer. Yeah.
In the U.S. when they bombed Japan, same answer. No.
Yeah, I'd probably say same answer. Well, when we bombed Japan, it's a really tricky kind of decision to make. I'm glad I wasn't the person in charge of making that decision, but I think ultimately it's the decision we should have made.
I don't think it is. Okay, then why was it wrong? But okay, then can we segment this? Can everybody agree or disagree? Come on. Can everybody agree or disagree? Let me finish this train, bro. We at the last stop. Just let me get this out. All right. So now that you say you're pretty consistent throughout the board when I asked all those questions, that those people who are oppressed, in order to get like some sense of freedom or fight back against their oppressors, they had to kill those people, and they wouldn't be wrong, like morally.
With certain considerations, I didn't say they wouldn't be wrong wholesale. Like I made the provision of like women and children being killed.
Yeah. All right. So now that I want to ask you, right? Now that I ask you those, why was Hitler wrong when he did it?
Systematically killed women and children. What do you mean?
No, aside from them people, I'm talking about like.
Well, that's the main reason. And pardon Pardon me, but I don't like his structure of government was like completely anti-democratic.
Oh, so because it was anti-democratic,
and the killing of women and children and men, innocent men, civilians.
The civilians of enemy countries?
No, civilians of his own country and countries that he occupied at the time.
Yeah, do you know? I'll say this conversation for later. I don't want to. Yeah.
No,
wait an hour and a half. I get off at 7. I'm at a catering gig. I'm in a very Shabbat neighborhood. When I get off, I'm more than happy to have this debate with you and prove you wrong.
All right.
Well,
thank God.
Why do you want to stop right now?
Because I can't talk about this and openly.
No, I'm saying everyone.
I go. Because it's going to take a while, and I don't want to like fucking dominate the room.
I go. Speaking codes. Speaking codes. But all right, cool. So the nuclear bomb thing you said. Can you hear me?
Oh my goodness! Unfortunately, yes.
Unfortunately, yes. Okay, fuck you, Monica. Because you're a lane switcher. 1 minute you're on the side, and the next minute you're being a traitor.
I'm a lane switcher.
I might have to throw you in with the gas chambers.
A traitor? Wait, what? Are you a young Republican? You can't say that.
But the Republican and the whole political party thing, I don't believe in that. I believe there's one mission that all politicians are trying to aim to, and they're all aspiring to that, and they just make a yo-yo effect of one thing is going this way, one thing is going that way, but it's all going in the same direction, and they all plan together anyway. But about the bomb, I don't think that was justified force, because at the end of the day, a lot of civilians and a lot of people that didn't get to experience this life and have this conversation in Clubhouse that we're having right now died. That's never right.
Or would you rather a full-scale invasion of the Allied forces into the Japanese islands?
No, so that's a good point.
That's the dichotomy, and that's a true dichotomy. That was the other option.
No, it's a very true dichotomy, correct. But the reason why America got to from what I know, the reason why they got to the creation of the nuclear bomb before Germany did is because of the fact that they actually employed, or they put together more cooperative terms of work, and they wasn't excluding some of the most brilliant minds that there were out there with the vision and fascism that Germany was employing. But before that, Germany was a hub of technology with the tank technology and military. Yeah. So
there was during the war. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it still is. And we're banking right now. Germany's on top. I don't know what people are hearing about Germany, but Germany's on top right now. The biggest banks and the best banks in the world are German. Yeah, I don't agree that that's right. I think what America should have done.
Wait, why don't you agree?
Yeah, let me get into it. I think what they should have done was display them like what they do nowadays in 2025. Yeah, we have this mind, we have this, we have that. Just growl a little bit. You don't have to fucking bite. You understand? You don't have to kill.
You understand that the Japanese were determined to fight the war, and there were even battalions like years later that were found that were unaware they didn't have any communication that the war had ended, and they were fighting people still.
You're talking about Pearl Harbor.
No, I'm not talking about Pearl Harbor. I'm talking about Japanese soldiers.
Yeah, okay, in general. But what it could have done, so you know how on the southeast of Japan, there's a archipelago or a distribution of islands there. They could have dropped a bomb in between. There's a point, I don't know what point it is, but we could look on the map so we could maybe make a decision on that. We could have made it.
There's no guarantee the Japanese would have surrendered, and there's no guarantee that the full military invasion of the islands wouldn't be necessary. If they don't surrender because they dropped the bomb.
Let me put this way. So America, they didn't just produce one single bomb, did they? I'm pretty sure it was produced and it worked.
They produced two. Or three. They produced the one in where is it? Nevada? Where the fuck? New Mexico?
New Mexico.
They produced that one and they tested that. That was the initial one. That was the first time
they still had
deployed, I think.
Yeah, they still have the military base over in New Mexico.
Right. And then they made Little Boy, Fat Man, Little Boy. I forget what.
Yeah, that's okay. You're right. It was Fat Boy, and then I think they did Little Boy after. But my point is that you could have dropped one bomb as a display of force, and the other one was there, and you still have the method. The method didn't die.
Like they did drop one, and the Japanese said, "Fuck it," they didn't kill.
Can I explain this, please?
I think they dropped one and asked for a surrender. The Japanese didn't surrender. They dropped another.
Wait. I'm saying you didn't have to drop it on human life.
You absolutely did. You absolutely did.
All right then, bro.
Wait, you're talking about one day would be bombed by incendiary bombs every single day, and they did not care. And you said we just got to drop a bomb in the ocean, and they're supposed to care now.
Wait. If we're talking about trade-offs, it's something I think like
this is stupid,
something
bro.
towards like something upwards of like 2 million people were projected to die in a Japanese invasion. Really quick,
I hate this talk.
Something upwards of like 2 million people were projected to die. Look, why are you doing this, bro?
It's so pussy when people intellectualize.
Why are you doing this? Just let me get my argument out.
I hate it. I actually hate it.
What do you hate?
When people try to intellectualize blood spill, warfare, yeah?
That's intellectual. Warfare.
No, let me tell you this. I'll give you 10K. Yeah, if you come to London and you go to one gangster somewhere and you put a blade in his knife and you look in his eye as he dies and he passes away, you do that. If you do that, then you have the right to call shots about multiple people dying.
There are reasons that we all hold that I feel like we all hold acceptable for loss of life.
You should be
that are more acceptable than other reasons for loss of life.
This is the reason why in America,
you don't have to be like children about this.
The thing I like about your country is that people say, "Oh, he can't be this person, that person," because they've never had any military experience. That's something that people in your country as a whole take as something that's important. So when somebody's talking about, we should drop a bomb and just eradicate masses, cities, people, children, men.
Yeah, but dropping the bomb was a trade-off. It's 250,000 or 750,000 lives versus 2 million.
This time in the world, 1945 was when the World War II ended. Yeah, that time in the world. Before that, there was.
You're not listening, bro. You're not listening. I don't know what you're intoxicated on, but you're not.
All right, intoxicated. You're right. Yeah, you hug it up. Don't talk about blood spill and death if you're not willing to take a life with your own two hands yourself.
Okay? I already have, bro. What's your point?
All right then. All right. Look a man in his eyes and take it.
I already have. What's your point?
Yeah. All right. You haven't. I
definitely have.
You haven't.
Directly and indirectly.
All right then.
I've directly.
Don't be so fast to devalue human life if you're not willing to spill your own blood and have blood in your own knife.
Wait, Luke, can you listen to me, Luke? And can you close your mouth? It's just needless bloodshed when we're talking about a trade-off of lives. If the bombs weren't dropped, Japan doesn't immediately surrender. We know this by their like general attitude in the war, how they waged war. They're fucking they're killing each other in planes, for goodness sake, because they didn't have enough soldiers, so they were just killing themselves. That's how fervent, and there are battalions who years after World War. Wait, really quick. You said you would be quiet. Just shut up.
This doesn't make sense.
You said you'd be quiet, bro.
It doesn't make sense.
I can't do this with you.
All right, I'm done. After you, I'm being a dickhead. I cop up. My hands are up. Yo, no attitude, my bad. That's my fault. I'm being a dickhead. After you, Louis.
Yeah, bro. Do we need a new topic? Is that why?
Look, listen. Even after the Emperor Hirohito signed the surrendered after he surrendered, there were still Japanese soldiers fighting. That goes to show you how these people were fervent. They weren't going to just quit. So if we don't drop the bomb on those people and we don't show Emperor Hirohito that, yo, we mean business and, yo, we have these bombs and, yo, they're really fucking destructive, that war goes on and millions more die. I think it's a fucked decision, but it's kind of like a catch-22. It's like you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and if it means more Americans dying to the tune of millions, hey man, all right, they brought us into this war. We didn't ask for it. We didn't tell them to go bomb Hawaii. They brought us into this war, bro. If you're not gonna stop, fuck it. We're gonna make you stop.
I think the difference of what you're talking about, you made a very valid point. The difference of what you're talking about is just money being spent. All right, so in Europe, it's very well taught that America came in at the latter end of the war. The end part, they came with aerial might, and they came with obviously nuclear bombs and things like that, right? So there wasn't so much of ground warfare with American troops. They were very hesitant to get engaged with the first part of the war, which is obviously makes sense.
Through here? Shit.
But let me know wrong with this. All right. So when Hiroshima was dropped and the leaflets were flown out to the citizens, warning them that there was a bomb about to be dropped, okay? What could have been done differently? Let's just say in a fairy tale, hypothetical way, a bomb could have been dropped saying that this is for your commanders, your citizens, we have no war with you. Just like how the Viet Cong said to black Americans that we have no war with you. That's what they did, by the way. You could have dropped these letters off to the population in Japan and said, look, this is a display of our might. We're going to drop it off here. Say that the war's ended. You lot organize that the war has ended. Otherwise, we're going to actually drop one on you. Do you understand? That's just one technique. So let me just make one last point.
Again, you're assuming the Japanese would just...
Let me make one last point, please. Let's say, for example, I'm not me. I mean, a friend of mine. He's a G, and somebody owes him X amount of money or something like that. His family, the person that owes him money, their family are complete civilians. They don't know nothing about what their son is doing or anything like that. The easiest way, the brute force, the hammer way, is to just go straight to his house. Let's do debt collector. Let's do this and that. Let's execute brute force of violence, power. Or you could do a little bit more strategy, diplomacy, and different approaches to things. You have different weapons in your arsenal. You don't have to go straight ahead. That's my point. I think the leaders of America are a lot smarter than me, and they're able to have made that decision too. That's my point.
Let me simplify it. Japanese, like America drops nuke in middle of the ocean. Let's say Japanese fleet sees this nuke. They go back to the emperor. They say the emperor, they drop a very, very big bomb in the middle of the ocean. Very big. We must surrender. Yeah, that's not... The emperor's going to be like, yeah, fuck out of here. Go back and fight to the death. Bro, it's like telling him about, they have this massive weapon is different than 250 people, 250,000 people, or whatever, 30,000 people are dead in Nagasaki right now. Yeah, we have to. You have to surrender. Yeah, American means business. It's a different message. It's a completely different message. It's taken differently, and we know that we even a demonstration bomb. Because there's no video, there's no footage of this really. We don't really get footage of wartime till real footage of wartime like that. That's readily accessible till Vietnam. So it's word of mouth for the most part, and unless Emperor Hirohito sees this shit, he's probably not the report of. We have 30,000 people dead, and Hirohito and a fucking Nagasaki is on fire right now. It's just a more potent message to deliver to get an actual end to the war.
I think
it just is.
Your
kind of underestimating
This guy's retarded, bro. He said, why didn't they use more diplomacy? They did. They exhausted it.
Don't call me retarded.
Channel.
Yeah, man. Shut
It's
up,
like
bro.
they literally dropped the bomb. They literally dropped the bomb.
Shut up. About retarded.
And they asked them to surrender, and they said no after dropping the bomb.
Yo.
Right?
If I was
It took a whole second one and another couple hundred thousand.
I'll be the bad guy. Shut up.
Just for them to surrender. And what you don't realize is that these people are not just people to give up easily. They were literally forming.
That's the whole point.
They were forming. You gotta let me speak. Bro. You gotta let me speak.
Luke, you gotta Luke, just let him talk,
You're the retarded one.
You gotta go move, bro. You gotta go move,
bro. You're gonna be able to talk, bro.
You gotta go.
You never invaded a house.
You gotta go on
You're a
mute.
fucking civilian. You're a civilian.
You got to go on mute, bro. I don't know what your issue is, bro.
You would have been one of the people that was killed.
Just go on mute, bro.
Bro, come on. Come on, it's a chill room. It's not that many people. Don't do this, bro. I'm gonna have to move you. Just chill.
He shouldn't have jumped out.
So, anyways, right, what he doesn't realize is that these people don't give up easily.
Is that the third warning?
They're willing to sacrifice their entire lives to fight for the country and emperor, right? These are the people that were forming entire army groups out of women and children to fight the Americans that were going to land in Japan, right? This is a place where when America invaded Okinawa, which is part of Japan, the first island in the Japanese island chain, right? There was a garrison. You gotta let me finish. Exactly. So on Okinawa, and you gotta let me finish.
My point.
You gotta let me finish. Bro. There was a garrison of 30,000 Japanese soldiers. Right, and when the Americans
that white
they
nigga,
literally
what's up, white bitch?
Now we got another nigga interrupting.
Shit, nigga.
We got another nigga interrupting. All right, when the Americans invaded Okinawa, they literally had to kill every last one of those 30,000 soldiers because they would not surrender.
You're so retarded.
No, they literally out of the 30,000. You gotta let me finish, bro. You gotta let me finish.
Yo, Luke, that's your first warning, bro. Come on, you forcing my hand, bro.
Yes, so of the 30,000 soldiers on the island, right, there was only one soldier out of the 30,000 who survived. And you know how many Americans it took to kill the 30,000? 60,000 Marines. And of the 60,000, 35 were wounded or killed. Right, so you just put that in perspective, right? The math, they did the math. The generals did the math.
This is your second warning. There's 3 strikes, bro. I don't know if you know about baseball in the UK, but there's 3 strikes.
You're an idiot. So you gotta let me finish. All right, so it's like the generals did the math, right? They estimated on the low end, the very low end, that in order to invade Japan, they would need at least 6 to 8 million soldiers. Right, and it would be 5 million on the low end and casualties.
They could read it about
right. So if you're the president and you're looking at the cost benefit analysis of invading Japan, you're like, hey, we got these 2 bombs where we just kill 300,000 people and force them to surrender, or we can invade Japan and we have 5 million of our own people killed plus millions of theirs. No, obviously you're going to choose the one with less people having to die.
Yo, I stepped away to have a cigarette. Eric, I think you brought up the best point. Most people that think that the nuclear bomb was excessive really need to go watch the fire bombings of Okinawa and Tokyo. Watch those videos. We took videos of what we did, and we played it for the Japanese. We also had radio broadcasts that would play on Japanese radio of a Japanese woman telling them to surrender, that the war is over. It's going to be a bad time. We tried our best. We burned down their capital city with firebombing. And it's kind of disrespectful. I'm done. I'm pro-Trump now. I'm supporting, fuck Europe. Because if they're teaching in, British schools and European schools that we didn't aid in the ground invasion, Well, the invasion of Normandy, D-Day, and that entire operation is why that we got a foothold in Europe, because you guys laid down your arms and took that German dick.
Thank America and Canada for that.
America, Canada, and Russia from the eastern border. If it wasn't for our troops storming those beaches, dying, 1 out of 3 of them died before they hit the fucking beach. And these boys fighting in Belgium and Netherlands, you guys would be speaking fucking German. So, all praise to the U.S. military, bro. That's
type on any AI. Type on any AI. America joined World War II late. You type it.
The British did nothing. You guys sat in bunkers and got bombed, Luke.
I really respect you. You're very, very, very smart.
I respect you too. You're kind of acting out of character, man.
Yeah, bro. This isn't characteristic of you, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't care about what characteristic you think I'm a multifaceted man, okay? So
you know what? I'll grant you that.
So basically, you're very, very intellectually book smart. Just type it on ChatGPT or any AI. Did America join the World War II late? Just type it in. I haven't done it myself.
41, my friend.
I haven't done it myself, so you do it.
In 41. I'm working. I can't type it in. I can go off my base knowledge. I can go off my base knowledge because I'm a typical American who loves World War II. It's my Roman Empire.
I'm not anti-American. Okay, so look. Monica, how do you do the thing where, okay, you have to share the link, right? Where you shared the ChatGPT thing before she did that.
You want to share a ChatGPT link?
Yeah, this is my prompt is not catered to me. This is just you could type it. Like I said, I offered you to type it in yourself. Okay, so I typed in, did America join World War II late? Yes, the United States joined World War II relatively late, officially entering December 8th, 1941.
Yeah, buddy, because we have constraints like our president can't just be like, we're at war.
The war began in Europe, September 1939.
I think the room can also say that I said 41. America joined the war in 41. You guys were
I'm not saying
you guys were getting bombed for 2 years. There was no ground invasion of any sort done or retaliation done. France fell, and that's when the U.S. was like, okay, this is getting
France fell. Do you remember Dunkirk when England was embarrassed and had to withdraw from France?
English troops couldn't make a forward advance to fight German troops if it wasn't for Operation D-Day, if it wasn't for Market Garden, if it wasn't for the Battle of the Bulge. There would be no reason for the British Navy to take over.
Something about UK schools. You guys need to check out your USA academia. You guys in university and all this stuff. I know that you guys are very smart, intellectual guys. I'm not. Okay, that's the case. I'm not claiming to be. But what I'm trying to say, 1941, America joined. World War II began in 1939.
Okay.
You guys said that America joined when ground invasions began. Ground invasions began in 1939.
That's not what we said.
2 years.
That's not what we said.
No, he said if it wasn't for Normandy and D-Day, like the Allied troops wouldn't have us as strong as a foothold on the European continent as we did.
All right. At the end of the day, my ancestors and my
we also rebuilt all of Europe for free, and no one ever talks about
I'm not British. I'm British. I'm not English. My grandparents. And my parents, they moved here from Africa. I'm only saying the facts.
Same point, bro. We saved the entire world from Germany, bro.
Okay, it's just a fact. God bless America.
It's a fact.
I'm sorry,
not only did we save the entire world, we literally...
And don't you forget it, man.
Imagine how great it would be to have no need for a visa to travel to Europe as an American. Imagine how great it would be for me to go to France and live in France and not have to pay an extra tax because I'm an American.
Because we saved your fucking cheese-eating, surrendering that fucking country.
Every time I have to go to France and spend extra money for bullshit, right?
That's a skill
my
issue.
grandpa fought in your continent, right? My grandpa fought in North Africa.
Are you talking about Africa? Or are you talking about Europe?
Patriotic right now.
My grandpa fought
here we are.
for the French Foreign Legion.
Oh, really?
With African troops. Yes, and I'm an American, and I can proudly
What's
say
your
that
answer?
the French Foreign Legion.
Are you French?
Foreign Legion. No, I'm not. I'm Armenian. But the French Foreign Legion was the only standing. Haide is Arabic and Turkish, actually, which is kind of.
Wow, that's crazy. You just spoke Turkish to my guy. That's crazy.
You're an idiot. It's Balkan. So
it's not Balkan. You're going to teach me this. This is what's crazy. The Balkans.
What do you mean I'm going to teach you
Arabic.
I've been living this life. Crazy.
Because they are Muslim.
Listen,
so
if I go to Serbia, if I go to North Macedonia, if I go to Turkey, if I go to Albania, if I go to Greece,
bro, it's tweaking
what religion do they practice?
What do you mean I'm tweaking?
You just tweaking, bro. You just got the motor mouth syndrome right now.
What religion do they practice in all those countries?
Guys, if you don't want us to be rude to Luke, we really should pass the mic around.
All right. You know,
I just want to finish my point. Right? So my grandfather fought for the French. But the French wouldn't be able to.
He's still doing it.
The French wouldn't be able to do shit if it wasn't for the U.S. French Foreign Legion. The French Foreign Legion.
That's like
Les gens étrangers, the white hats.
Legion étrangers is like the special forces of.
Yes, he was in North Africa. He was in Morocco. He was in Libya. He was in the Sahara Desert. He fought next to U.S. soldiers. The U.S. What was it called at the time? Armored divisions, where why the Foreign Legion could actually get back to fighting. Or else they were stuck with your SAS chaps.
Look at that. This is the point I was trying to deplete. The whole thing you're saying about... No, the whole thing I'm trying to deplete is that you're saying your SAS. I'm saying it as a neutral spectator, okay?
It can't be neutrality. It was a world war.
I'm not one that is being started right now, okay? I'm just trying to say the facts. Maybe you disagree with it, but anyway,
everybody else talking about America.
Yo, hey, Louis, I played. I mean, I'm so glad that
I'm glad that Alabama, bro. I played Tennessee to win. You think they're going?
I'm glad everybody was entertained.
Watch college football.
What, bro? Get out of here,
bro. I don't watch.
I'm glad everybody was entertained. I'm gonna leave now. God bless everybody.
All right, bruv.
All right.
Hey, Luke.
Love you all. Bye-bye.
See you later, bruv.
Fuck you, mate.
Right, bruv. You wanker. Fuck you, bloody wanker. Piss off, wanker.
Yo, twin. Yo, slime. Yo, slime.
Isn't it right? Isn't it right? Isn't it right? He's doing it right, isn't it? He get this do right, isn't it right? He's doing it right.
Yo, twin, what's in my mud, twin?
My prop right. This prop,
y'all niggas.
Blood pudding, prof, yeah.
Alright, anyway, love you all. Alright, God bless you.
Bye, Luke.
And
come back soon. Why y'all hating on Luke for?
Nah, we're not hating on Luke. He was just a little...
Nah, fam. Hey, Dawn.
Oh, we do.
And then...
We weren't hating on Luke. Luke was hating on us.
Beamer, what do you think about Hiroshima? You think it was unjustified to drop those?
That's above my pay grade.
Do you feel this silence? This is called intellectual fatigue. This is when you get so tired of explaining things to people that don't want to listen. This is actual intellectual fatigue. All right. You guys are too tired. Somebody bring the topic up. I can't. I'm at work.
This is listening fatigue. Okay.
My bad. I'm checking on my bets. See what we're working on.
Ah, shit, bro. Fuck.
Hello?
Well, now we need a topic. What do y'all think of Jasmine Crockett?
In it, I think Jasmine Crockett is a firecracker.
Yo,
I've got a good topic, guys. I'm here to bring him back to life. Bring him back to life or something. All right, look. So, who determines good and evil?
We already had that conversation, bro.
No.
Ew, and Eric says, like, we already had it and figured it out. No, basically, or unless he's saying, like, we already had it, as it's been spoken about for the
literally every day for like 3 months almost, yeah.
And there's no answer to that. It's just whatever. It's just might makes right.
But why not?
Because they're reifications. People can't even define justice. We can't define. There's no good definition of justice.
The point is,
there's no good definition of good.
I think if you kill a cat, you're evil. But it's in some places you got to kill a cat to eat. So it's all in the eye of the beholder.
Well, I mean, like, you have to define what evil is. You can't give an example of what evil is.
At the end of the day, it's conversation, right? No?
Yeah, it's one of the best. It's one of the best discussions that can be had because it takes a lot of work.
Babe, I fucking hate you so much.
All right, guys. I actually have a question for the mods. Did that punk ass Gustavo ever tell us who the tertiary their mods are? We're still guessing. I have put my nominations up, but I'm sure they were ignored.
I don't think it's that serious.
I would like to be a mod.
I would like a green
bean, and I make a pledge that I'll only ever mod one person ever. That's it. I won't do anything else with the green bean. Just one very specific.
You say anarchist, communist. That's not true. Anarchy, not true.
Yeah, that's bullshit. You don't know what anarchy is. You still will sit here and talk about anarchy and not have anything researched, Lord Goss. That's disappointing because you're smart. You'll still sit here and talk shit about anarchy, talking to other people, filling them with bullshit about anarchy, your own made-up definition. Lord Goss, you gotta stop that.
Or what? I mean, what's gonna happen, huh?
What's gonna happen is honestly, you're going to be identified as someone who's not any type of advocate or friend to anarchy, right? That's just what it is. If you really truly believe in it, you're harming the idea and the concept of it.
I mean, I may be harming the pacifist versions of it, correct?
No, there's no pacifist. There's no pacifist versions of it. It's what anarchy is. And what you and your made-up version of a bunch of words that you put together don't even make sense. There's no societal glue that can even be put together. Complete contradictory ideas that you throw together and say, oh, look, this is anarchy. No, that's idiocy, Lord God.
Oh, that's a bar. That's not anarchy. That's idiocy.
Let me say that for all the criticisms you have about anarchy, I have the same criticisms about libertarianism. I think it's effectively the same thing. It's idiocy.
Yeah, well, that people could say that too, but we're not both fighting for the same. We're not both fighting for libertarianism, right?
Not fair. You could like hash out.
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No. you guys. I think she's criticizing anarchy. Lord knows. What do you?
Look, at the end of the day, Bima, pretty much, ultimately, every forms of anarchy, it coexists in its own way. Now, obviously, the communist version of it would probably exist in my hypothetical version of it. It's just with yours, it's, from my perspective, it's a little bit more pacifist. It's not true anarchy, because anarchy doesn't have any form of laws and regulations to restrict you as the individual to do whatever you want without any forms of restrictions. It would also restrict corporations or other groups that would be able to produce technology and anything else that would really further advance society within a couple of years.
Is liberalism the best way for is libertarianism the easiest way for liberals to consider conservative ideas?
Girl, I don't even understand any of that.
One more time. I didn't hear that one.
Is libertarian ideas the easiest way for liberals to consider the values of conservative ideas?
Yeah, I think there's some overlap.
There's overlap, but libertarianism essentially is, I don't know, it's not really, because conservatism is more related to liberalism than it is libertarianism. It's just an offshoot of liberalism.
Okay.
Libertarianism is an offshoot of liberalism. Is that what you mean?
No, conservatism, conservatism.
Well, conservative is kind of like the opposite of liberty.
I don't think so, because in libertarianism, it's still like a focus on limited government, and the libs like big government. So I just feel like by that, they're not really interested in those ideas.
No, but
liberal as in prioritizing individual rights over collective and strong adherence to capitalism, capitalist ideals. That's like classical liberal.
Yeah, classical liberalism. Like classical liberals like small government. Actually, they don't like big government. It's where conservatives get the idea for minimalist government. Right. Like a lot of times people interchange liberal with progressive, so they're sort of different things.
They're different ideals. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So like the opposite of conservative is not liberal. The opposite of conservative is progressive. So like in political theory, conservative is like, okay, these changes will happen over time, let's not push them. Where classically progressive is say, we need to have the government do things in order to facilitate the change that we want to see. Ultimately, both conservative and progressive want to see the same end state, but it's how you get there.
And they do so within a liberal framework. They both generally adhere to the same things classical liberals are, because even classical liberals, like they're like offshoots of classical liberalism. Some people want to
as in liberty,
right?
Like individual freedom kind of stuff. And that's why when you have the blue hairs, it's like, that's like literally a conservative idea to say you can't have the blue hairs, because it's about the liberty to have the blue hair. Like you should be defending that as a conservative.
Right. That's why, because a lot of conservatives today are liberal. They're not really, you can't really consider them conservative. But when you use that F word, they get freaked out.
But hypothetically, what type of ideology would solve the whole world's problems from most of everyone's perspectives?
I just wish we got rid of money and started trading rice and animals again.
Voluntarism, Lord Nas, look it up. Like, really, have a conversation.
I know about that, but there's no, not everyone's going to fucking do it just because, it's just for the great fairness of the country. We don't need a fucking,
unfortunately, Lord, everything's driven by money. So all you need to do is get rid of the money. Unfortunately, every political ideology is driven by money. Everything's driven by money. So I think that's the main issue we have. If we don't get rid of the money, we're not going to get rid of these ideologies and the way of controlling us to pay into these ideologies and paying these lobbyists and paying all this shit. All right, Samoa, it's okay. It's okay. All right, it's okay.
When people don't have money, they want to give away money. It's crazy.
Yeah, isn't that? Yeah, I think that's called being humble. I think once people get too much money,
right?
You think, when you don't have money, you give it away?
No, like when you can't give away something you don't have. Like when a lot of people have a lot of money, and the people that don't have any money want to give away our money. That's a problem.
Oh yeah. Of course, that's a problem. Yeah. Yeah, but we also pay into bullshit, Smo. We can't not admit that. But we buy stupid shit as people in this country. We're spending money on pointless shit for no reason, just to be cool or it's a trend. So I feel like we have to fix our mindsets just as individuals and not even stick to a political ideology. Maybe stick to just being people. I don't know.
But then that would turn us into a collective hive mind. Well, not a hive mind, but I mean, it would be more of a collective. And I mean, everything, clothing, there wouldn't be any creativity. I mean, I don't know, from my perspective, there wouldn't be a lot of improvements, really, if we're just going to stick to a collective idealism.
Well, that's the point, is like collective is not going to be all one thing. That's the problem, is that with these political ideologies, they try to put us into one box. And I feel like that's what makes it sort of more of a collective, a generalized ideology to where there is no creativity. If you have everybody believing in their own thing and not being put in a box so that we could fight each other over these boxes that we put ourselves in, that the government sets us up to put ourselves in. I feel like it's all a manipulation tactic to keep us, divided. I don't see anything wrong with not aligning with a political ideology and just sticking with what serves you.
Isn't that a product of having an independent mind?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't like a social construct or like a collective mindset of certain things going against our nature?
No, a hive mind would go against our nature. Like, literally, if you're working in a hive and everyone's doing a part of the full job, whatever that is, yes, that goes against individualism. But just being in a collective or, sort of working together for something doesn't necessarily inhibit creativity.
But doesn't everybody have to be on the same page? Like, let's say 20% of the people, the smartest people in the country, they actually have a clear vision on where they want to go. The other 80%, they really can't understand it, so they're just on for the ride.
Well, think of it as like an art collective. That's a bunch of artists that are all there to make art, whatever that is. But individually, they're all going to make different types of art. So there's no rules on what kind of art that they can make.
It's all like kind of like that, to where they're creating this song, but there's so many roles into making that song, and they all have their individual input on it. It is a collective, but it is within individual skills. So it's not like everyone's doing the same.
So when people are listening to let's just use your example here, music. When people start listening to all these different varieties of music, and then they start picking what actually are like what affect or relates to them, and they start picking favorites,
isn't that the actual listeners that's kind of like creating this value system in between artistry?
Of course, we did this thing with politics, making, the idea of these ideologies so important, so valuable. That's all we identify as in the States. Like, oh, I'm a Republican, I'm a Democrat. So I feel like it's like the same shit, where we succumb to that.
That's not the.
You like
Where have you been?
my side, Marston, Peckham, Camberwell.
Yeah, I've been to loads. I've got family there,
Okay.
so what's your point?
So
Have you been to Tottenham? Have you been to West Derby? Have you been to Tottenham?
You said what?
It's Peckham.
For a long time. Like, you said you had to leave. So, if you're not on stage to finish, why don't you just leave then instead of being a chat bandit?
Somebody else try to bring up Courts. I don't know why he doesn't want to bring up.
Court, you might have to leave the room and come back.
He says in the chat he didn't want to come up.
Oh.
Say that again?
I think he said that he wanted to come up.
He said, I'm good. I didn't raise my hand in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's been kicking people out early, left and right. I guess with all the updates and shit that's been going on.
Man, Clubhouse is always updating.
Yeah, with Paul's update. Sharing data.
Well, once again,
Appearing as if they were in the